I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. Yes, nice to be here. Thank you for coming in. I'm David Sponheim. Yes, and this is americasthirdparty.com, by the way. If you're watching us on any one of the channels other than that, coolrock.com has our show. I'm here for you. I've been here for you for the past 11 years. If I had been given any free press in 2008, I would have become president in 2008. But I was completely shunned. All my press releases were completely shut down by the media. Not one was returned, not even an email saying thanks. Every single time I tried to reach out, I was shunned. Sarah ran a campaign in 2008 for local office under our banner. We were shunned at meetings with Democrats, Republicans refusing to talk to us because we had a third party in mind. Systematic negation of a third party is not new. It's been going on for over 100 years. We knew that. And I realized too in 2008 and right before the election that I was facing this wall of censorship. And then there's not much I could have done to stop it. I have a video of when I did face this head on. 54 days into it, I was broadcasting 10 hours a day for 54 straight days. And this is what I said to the camera.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is in fact day 54.
That was 11 years ago. And I can tell you that I'm not worse for the wear, that's for sure. And my program is working great. Right after this was done, I was so devastated by the censorship that I said, what am I going to have to do to get noticed? So I did what many people think is unthinkable. I actually did an impersonation video of Barack Obama. Yeah. It was quite amazing. It was fun. We did a blackface impersonation of Barack Obama. And I didn't think that in a country dedicated to free speech that I would be accused of anything. But I was accused immediately by all the Democrats of being a racist. And I've never said a racial slur against anybody in my life. In fact, I've been a victim of racism. So I'm more than willing to keep this rolling as we go forward, defying the Democrats and defending myself on the simple fact that we all have freedom of speech. And they even have the right to call me a name if they want. I'm not going to take that away from them. So I've been doing everything possible to get noticed. And the blackface video in 2009 really did make a difference. Our viewership around the world has skyrocketed. And because I've never made a penny on anything I've done, I've never profited personally, people know that my integrity is beyond reproach. I have the best plan on earth to fix this country's problems. And I can tell you that I'm the guy who's going to make this country become green friendly. It's not going to be a Democrat. It's not going to be a Republican. They're confused. I'm the one who talks about the truth on a nightly basis. I can tell you that we are being sprayed like insects. Chemtrails are being dumped on our heads every single day. And this is not unusual. I show this video for all of you to see. These are time-lapse photographs of real chemical dumps in the skies above us. So they are engineering a situation that's so bad for all of us that we can't help but say, yeah, there's some sort of a strange thing going on in the climate. And then they throw this little girl at us. Yeah, at the climate conference. Now, this is a tactic the Germans did back in the 1930s. Notably, Nordic white girls with braids and red cheeks were often used in Nazi propaganda. An old Goebbels technique. Looks like today's progressive left is still learning its game from an earlier left in the 1930s. I think her point was well taken. We are remiss in doing enough. We're not doing enough. But is cap and trade going to solve that problem? No. In fact, to the best estimates, cap and trade, carbon point legislation, will only eliminate 17% of greenhouse gases by 2032. That's at best. Meanwhile, individuals with lots of money can buy up certain utilities like dairy digesters and continue polluting in other industries, continue ravaging and raping the earth. So they're able to make money doing this thing. That's why they're using that little girl as a propaganda tool. They want everyone to think climate change is happening. Well, it's happening rapidly because they're making it happen by chemicals dumped in the sky above us. They are rapidly altering our entire atmosphere. And it's affecting everything, including the magnetosphere. We're seeing the magnetic north travel north in a different direction at an alarming exponential rate. That's not some glitch. These are scientific facts. If you can deny all you want climate change, but you yourself will die of cancer if you wrap your mouth around a diesel exhaust pipe and breathe. You will be exposed to higher levels of carcinogens if you stand out at a bus stop and breathe diesel fumes from trucks as they drive by. It's a proven fact. So the more you people pollute, the more our trucks and cars continue to pollute, the more likely we're all going to die from something, most likely emphysema or cancer. So I have a plan, an aggressive plan to filter the air and the water. And it turns out that there's 10 major rivers in the world that are the source of 90% of the plastic polluting our oceans. Now, this is a solution we can actually tackle. We can finance the filtration of these rivers and the mass cleaning of these rivers at certain key points and begin clearing the water in the ocean of massive pollution. We can also engage in embrace the Boy and Slat program to actually filter the ocean with booms, grabbing plastic out of the Pacific Gyre, the Pacific Garbage Patch. But we also have, there's 16 ocean liners that are also polluting massive amounts of air pollution. We can filter those smokestacks on the 16 major polluters. So all of our problems right now can be fixed. We can put a dent in this massive air pollution and water pollution problem here on Earth. We just have to have the will, the collective will to do it. Trump is destroying environmental laws. Yep. He's creating more problems than he can even imagine. When he allowed 95% of the Utah public lands to be used for mining, he immediately created a greenhouse problem in the Midwest. They're using techniques like dumping cyanide in the ground to get gold out of those mountains. They go into abandoned gold mines and flush it with cyanide, and that destroys the aquifers and destroys the water around it, and that's how they get the gold out, the last vestiges of the gold. And we've also seen benzene contamination in fracking areas. That we should never use benzene to frack to create gas and oil from areas that have, shale oil and gas. The idea of using benzene is extremely toxic. There's a natural way of harvesting oil out of the ground. If we were to combine our use of geothermal energy with heating water and injecting it into the ground in areas that have already been, mined for oil, we could easily create a tap of pure, fresh oil right in the middle by just injecting hot water all the way around, or cold water all the way around, and hot water in the middle. It'll automatically bring up the bubbling crude, and it'll be pure oil. It doesn't require benzene. We just need a modern technique to do this. Now, as you probably know, I'm in favor of legalization of marijuana across the board. Trump and Biden are not, and most of our states are moving toward legalization. 36 now allow some form of legal marijuana. I believe it's medicinal, and I can back it up with science, verifying that it's medicinal. And that automatically removes marijuana from the list of controlled substances. And I will make that happen as President of the United States. You'll be able to grow your own marijuana in your backyard after that, and you can even sell it. We will require a 10% tax on anything you sell. And people will be prosecuted who don't pay that tax. But if you use it for personal use only, we don't tax you. And that's the plan that we have for this country. And it's already working in some states like Washington. I don't let the mass media call me names. No, I never let the mass media call me a name whatsoever. If they call me something, they're going to be charged with a libel suit. The only reason why I didn't sue Rolling Stones for claiming I'm a bizarre fringe candidate was because they're going through bankruptcy, and it's kind of pointless to sue a company going through bankruptcy. But they libeled me when they said I was a bizarre fringe candidate. You see, I've been shunned and negated by so many people in our media. There's a standing order never to give me any press time. People lose their job. One woman went out to my house and actually interviewed me and said, "Okay, now's your time to shine." And I gave her 20 minutes of great stuff. They threw the videotape in the garbage and she lost her job. It happened again. Another woman from the same station came out and gave me 20 minutes to talk. I reluctantly talked. She threw the videotape in the garbage and she was fired. Never to be heard from again. So there's a standing gag order against anything to do with David Sponheim in the media. They're afraid of a third party. These two parties are entrenched and they're sucking off the corporate tit. They are corporate controlled and they are simply not representing the American people. Nobody has in the Democratic or Republican Party stepped out. Justin Amash is probably one of the few people out there that has actually made a difference. I like his work. I like the work of certain people. This new woman, Lindsey Boylan, is running against Representative Jerry Nadler, and she's actually making a big difference just starting out. She's getting a lot of support trying to defeat Nadler because Nadler has dragged his heels on this whole impeachment process. But here she is. She's an up-and-coming Democrat in New York.
We are back inside City Hall, and we're going to talk about a race for Congress. The Hell's Kitchen, Lower Manhattan.
His or her parents. The fact that we have climate change and we are totally unprepared for how to deal with that in terms of an appropriation process, in terms of FEMA's response, in terms.
Super greasy pizza.
Oh, good. I like that.
Delicious.
I'll have it. Anyway, she's a young up-and-comer who's going to be challenging Nadler in the upcoming Democratic race in the 10th District in New York. Nadler has not done enough. Now, the majority of House members are supporting impeachment. So finally, this issue that I've been bringing up for months is finally reaching ahead. And it was probably because of Donald Trump's ineptitude with the Ukraine that this story is getting some traction. But it is pretty obvious that the impeachment is imminent for Donald Trump in the House. Whether he'll ever be impeached in the Senate, that's going to be debatable. But Sarah is here to give you some of her personal exchange and talk about her life. Anything you want to talk about, feel free, Sarah. I'm going to go make some dinner. Thank you for coming in so early. I've got a little earlier time to cook.
Know.
This is good.
Or whatever, yeah. I just figured that get it while it's hot, right?
Yeah, I'm going to have a bite for sure. Thank you. I guess I don't have to cook much when you bring home a nice pizza. You know, there's no pizza parlors out there that are promoting non-GMO organic pizzas.
I know.
Except for maybe a couple, you know. It'd be great if they had that. I'm not obsessed with organic food and non-GMO. I can eat a regular pizza. No, I'm not obsessed. I can eat a regular pizza. I'm like anybody. It turns out that if you have a steady diet of inorganic or genetically modified food, over about a 30-year period, you may encounter some problems. That's really the bottom line. It's not going to kill you right away. It's just your body is not designed to process genetically modified food. Well, I've never been corrupt. I've never drawn a penny from anything I do. And my goal is not to do this for money. My goal is to do this to fix problems. So anyone accusing me of corruption would have a hard time because there's no paper trail of money. I've never received money for what I do. The donations go right into a bank account that's set up just for what we do here, and we don't get a lot of donations. So we keep this going with a very meager amount of donations that came in, 8 years ago, 7 years ago.
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and bring that in there and talk about all these issues when I get back. Yeah.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you, Sarah.
They have a 1 million hour battery.
It's unpredictable.
Is that for cars or for a house?
The fact is, batteries are not guaranteed to last forever. That's why companies like Hyundai are offering unlimited lifetime guarantees on their batteries. Anyone claiming to have a 1 million hour battery is absurd. Number of charges, yeah. The fact is, batteries are not designed equally. No battery is made the same. They're all different. Tesla oftentimes pulls batteries off of their floor that have been scrubbed in other cars and puts them in his lower price versions. That was a whistleblower comment that somebody made from the floor of the Tesla manufacturing plant. He said that he's seen batteries that were not performing well put into cars. Now that guy is under attack by Elon Musk. They charged him with espionage, and he's never even touched a computer, yet Elon Musk immediately said that he's been hacking into his computers. So he's going after the messenger, Elon is. But the guy, the whistleblower at the factory down in Reno, actually said, no, I'm just talking about what I see. He's not committing espionage. He's not doing anything bad. He's just reporting what he sees. Anybody claiming a battery could last 1 million miles is
miles, hours,
whatever. It doesn't even matter. No battery is equal. The systems themselves have inherent problems and flaws.
It has one on Wired.com, a story on Wired, and
yeah, it's saying it could last, it will last. I don't know. Anybody can claim anything. Who's going to wait around a million
that's
hours?
100 years.
Yeah.
Over 100 years. That's a lifetime. Well, that's what they need.
Well, all right. I'm going to step out. I'll be back. Thank you.
It's a recharge. Oh, a battery weight, but it has to be, so it's not, how many miles can you get in one charge? That's really what people should say. Is like, yeah, that's good. Part with math. Over the last 3 years, the researchers of the University of Dalhousie, wherever that is, researchers have been testing a new kind of lithium-ion battery that they can say can be reliably recharged as many as 6,000 times. Over the course of a 2-decade shelf life. That could add up to more than 1 million miles traveled on the same battery. Not 1 million hours, 1 million miles. All right. Even under extreme heat conditions, the battery could be recharged about 4,000 times. But then there's more on Tesla. Tesla batteries are catching fire after car crashes. Huh. Is it? Well, let's see. Yeah, that's what I was going to look at next. That's so you can maybe go. So if it could be recharged 1,000 times, the most that you and that means that it would last 1 million miles, then the maximum that you can go is 167 miles per charge. They say at the best estimate that would be 1 million miles if it could be recharged 6,000 times from what I was reading. So you can't go 250 miles on that charge. I don't have a problem. I don't know. Let me look up moon crickets. I don't think I've seen any moon crickets. I don't know what they are, so. No, of course not. That's ridiculous that you would have me say that. We don't even have crickets in our garden. And to have you use a derogatory term like that, I never even knew that was a derogatory term until I just looked that term up. We have amazing students that work in our garden of all races. We incorporate equity, so we incorporate anyone that wants to help in the garden can come help in the garden. Oh, hello, Pro-Democrat. You're listening. Are you still here, Pro-Democrat 1, 2, 3, 4? And It Fan 8791. What an educational night this is turning into. Well, you guys are definitely... All right, Ricky says the sodium batteries are good for 100,000 hours of recharge and do so in 1/10 the time of a lithium ion. The Chevy Volt does 192 miles between charges right now. It's still not like, let me think. Let me just check. Okay, so you could get from my city to Seattle and maybe then have to recharge. Final Dream says there's a battery in the US military that runs for a decade on a single charge. Is it using a lot of energy on that? Or is that like, yes, it'll run for a decade, powering one tiny LED bulb? You know what I mean? So we do have more tree borers. I don't know if we have many here, but I have heard a lot down in Oregon and south of there. Do we read things that are Gmail address? Sometimes. I don't really know. To be totally blunt, I don't. I used to read it all the time, but then pretty much when I stopped working, I stopped doing a lot. Are you Mark? Blippo? Okay. And do you want me to look at these pictures? Oh, these are all chemtrails. Can I just look at them? Do I have to download them all? And you sent me a bunch of pictures of chemtrails, is that right? Yes, are they chemtrails? Let's look at all of them. Let's put it out to the room and see what they think. Oh, really? Alright, what do you guys think? Are these chemtrails? Sorry, one moment. You guys think that's a chemtrail? Maybe like right there? Maybe? Cirrus clouds? David would say yes. I would say I think they're mostly cirrus clouds. Now, this one seems like it's disappearing behind him. Whereas this one seems like it's been left by a jet. David would say that this one is left by a jet and that's a chemtrail. He would say this one might be a contrail. I'm not a big chemtrail person, but anyway. There you go. Okay. Oh, and this one. This is off the reflection, but this, see how it's super light and that it's like dissipating quickly? David would call that a contrail. Whereas this right here, where it's like spread out, David would call that a chemtrail. Okay, Ricky says, wait, a couple of Q17 and Ricky are talking. Q17, battery life only depends on how long it can regenerate its anode cathode without losing too much ions. If a battery could use another form of energy to regenerate the lost ions, like solar or cosmic rays, this battery could last forever, be recharged forever, and used forever. And Ricky says, yet that is chemical batteries. There are over 1,200 battery designs that are not chemical. And Q17, germanium, platinum, solid-state batteries do not use fluid, but they emit far too much gas. Ricky says the recharge time is of the essence. The first step is to provide a fast recharge time in order to introduce batteries to replace IC engines, and IC being internal combustion engines. Q17 agrees with that. And Final Dream has a long-lasting flow battery, could run for more than a decade with minimum upkeep. We'll look at that from Harvard. And Ricky thinks the best chance now is a sodium electrolyte cell. New York EMT says, yeah, nothing affecting them like air pressure, humidity, temperature. And Q17 says, in my time, kids used to see animals in clouds. Today, grown-ups are seeing chemtrails in them. Ha, 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 ha. So true. Okay. And I'm Fireproof says, over at iVlog. Baby Girl Green Eyes is here. Pro Democrat 1234 might not be here anymore, over at Periscope. Okay, long-lasting flow battery could run for more than a decade with minimum upkeep. The battery stores energy in non-toxic, non-corrosive, aqueous solutions. Researchers from the Harvard John A. Paulson School of Engineering and Applied Sciences have developed a new flow battery that stores energy in organic molecules dissolved in neutral pH water. Wow. This new chemistry allows for non-toxic, non-corrosive battery with an exceptionally long lifetime. It offers the potential to significantly decrease the cost of production. It probably is modeled after like a plant. And so Saudi says you worked at a battery plant. They had to adjust their acid. And Final Dream says with this battery, the low energy one, that energy is stored in liquid. And Ricky says, hey, NASA has batteries and cells that can run for decades. They have fast solar recharge cells on a helicopter on the next rover, even 1 out of 400 the amount of sunlight. It can recharge the copter cells overnight in 24 hours. Wow, that's pretty cool. Yeah, Q17 is like, yeah, ask Voyager 1, launched in 1977, still recharging. Very cool. Okay, the researcher published in ACS Energy Letters was led by Michael Aziz, the Gene and Tracy Sykes Professor of Materials and Engineering Technologies, and Roy Gordon, Thomas Dudley Cabot Professor of Chemistry and Professor of Materials Science. Flow batteries store energy in liquid solutions in external tanks. The bigger the tanks, the more energy they store. Flow batteries are a promising storage solution for renewable intermittent energy like wind and solar. But today's flow batteries often suffer degraded energy storage capacity after many charge-discharge cycles, requiring periodic maintenance of the electrolyte to restore the capacity. I think that's what you're talking about, right, with the acids? Bengalitis, you just made me think of something hilarious. You were putting the East Coast needs a wall to keep Greta and the Europeans out, but you said keep great and America and the Europeans out, and then that reminded me of like the Make America Great Again. And then we could have like a green ball caps that say "Make America Greta Again." The Greta Wall. The Great Greta Wall. Oh. Yeah, I agree with you, Sosadi. We are getting better, but you believe, though, there's much potential to make batteries a lot better. I agree. Okay. Okay, by modifying the structures of molecules used in the positive and negative electrolyte solutions and making them water soluble, the Harvard team was able to engineer a battery that loses only 1% of its capacity every 1,000 cycles. Lithium-ion batteries don't even survive 1,000 complete charge-discharge cycles, he said, because they're able to dissolve the electrolytes in neutral water. This is a long-lasting battery that you could put in your basement. If it's spilled on the floor, it wouldn't eat the concrete. And since the medium is non-corrosive, you could choose cheaper materials to build the components of the batteries, like the tanks and pumps. The reduction of cost is important. The Department of Energy has set a goal of building a battery that can store energy for less than $100 per kilowatt hour, which would make stored wind and solar energy competitive with energy produced from traditional power plants. If you can get anywhere near this cost target, then you can change the world, said Aziz. It becomes cost effective to put batteries in so many places. This research puts us one step closer to reaching that target. That's pretty cool. And it says it again right here. All right, the work on aqueous soluble organic electrolytes is of high significance in pointing the way toward future batteries with vastly improved cycle life and considerably lower cost, said Imre Wook, Director of Energy Storage Research at the Office of Electricity of the Department of Energy. I expect that efficient, long-duration flow batteries will become standard as part of the infrastructure of the electric grid. Oh, I know. Sometimes when people are tired, they do funny things like ban people. Our Q17 said micronuclear plants are the future. Size of a hard drive? Size of a hard drive? Hermetically sealed? A waste stay trap inside forever? Lasts millions of years without maintenance? Con. It can reach up to 4,500 degrees Celsius while remaining stable. You need one big, huge cooling space, but it's perfect in space. Ricky, oh. Are you my teacher's pet? Good, mad dog. Unban the moon. Is it all one word? Is it, are there space, there can't be spaces in it. Is it, I don't know what you mean, unban the or unban moon. Final Dream, mini fusion is an option as well. Oh, that's pretty cool, Misanthropy. The moon, you're gonna make the moon your username? Oh, welcome back, by the way. A mini fusion reactor was recently built by a child? From lithium ion to sodium ion. That's not the one built by a child, but that's really cool about sodium ion, because if it's sodium ion, I mean, think about like table salt. Man, you guys have a whole lot. I guess it is Technology Thursday. I'm sorry, Rick. Scientists invent a super camera? Well, I was going to finish reading this article. Okay, I'm almost done. The key to designing the battery was to first figure out why previous molecules were degrading so quickly in neutral solutions, said Eugene Bay, a postdoctoral fellow and first author of the paper. By first identifying how the molecule of biologen, if you know how to pronounce that word, let me know. Oh, today is Wednesday. It's not Tech Thursday. Thank you. I think I was a bit hopeful there. David has Wasteful Wednesday, right? But you're right. You're right. I do care about tech. And we are about having less waste because with batteries... yes, okay. With batteries... Anyway, then if you had better batteries, you wouldn't have to be so wasteful in developing new batteries. I know. I'm fireproof. I would look forward to that day with the graphene batteries. Ricky says, lithium-ion battery inventor introduces new technology for fast-charging non-combustible batteries. What is that, Q17? You guys are giving me all the battery ones. Let me get through the 5 links. I don't want to just be like David and click all your links and then not get to them. So I'm just not going to click them so I don't have 20 of them open. But I'll try to get through some of them. Okay. So they wanted to look at why previous molecules were degrading in neutral solutions. They identified how the molecule biologen in the negative electrolyte was decomposing. Bay was able to modify its molecular structure to make it more resilient. Then the team turned to ferrocene, a molecule well known for its electrochemical properties, for the positive electrolyte. Ferrocene is great for storing charge, but is completely insoluble in water. Said Bay. It's been used in other batteries with organic solvents, which are flammable and expensive. But by functionalizing ferrocene molecules the same way as the biologen, the team was able to turn an insoluble molecule into a highly soluble one that could be cycled stably. Wow. Aqueous soluble ferrocenes represent a whole new class of molecules for flow batteries. That's pretty cool. Oh, David would really want me to watch that. Should I watch it, Misanthropy?
We all know that vaccines can occasionally cause fevers in kids. So if a child was immunized, got a fever, or had other complications from the vaccine, then if you're predisposed with a mitochondrial disorder, it can certainly set off some damage. Some of the symptoms can be symptoms that have characteristics of autism. We all know that vaccines...
I don't like seeing it. Oh. She says if they're... She kind of kowtows it, but okay, thanks. 19 seconds. David would say, see, I told you, Sarah. All right. Okay, the neutral pH should be especially helpful in lowering the cost of the ion selective membranes that separate the two sides of the battery. Most flow batteries today use expensive polymers that can withstand the aggressive chemistry inside the battery. They can account for up to 1/3 of the total cost of the battery. With essentially salt water on both sides of the membrane, expensive polymers can be replaced by cheap hydrocarbons. There's a whole bunch of people who co-authored the study, and it was supported by the Office of Electricity Delivery and Energy Reliability of the Department of Energy and by the Department of Energy's Advanced Research Projects Agency, Energy, with assistance from Harvard's Office of Technology Development. The researchers are working on several companies to scale up the technology for industrial applications and to optimize the interaction between the membrane and the electrolyte. They have filed a portfolio of pending patents on innovations in flow battery technology. I didn't really see the guy's face after she said it. He's always so serious.
All right.
His face.
Please, victory for cake. That's my idea. Why are you asking Sarah that?
We all know that
That's my idea.
Yeah, that's David's idea.
Yeah, that's not. We have different approaches toward greenhouse gas emissions. So we found out about the Tesla battery. It's going to last 100,000 uses, or
No.
what?
Basically, it possibly could get 1,000,000 miles if it can be recharged 6,000 times, which basically is less than about 167 miles per charge.
That's nice. I saw a Tesla just the other day disabled in my market getting a charge.
We did. Exactly. All right.
Wow. I'll talk about how this Greta is concerned about profit shouldn't be part of the equation of saving the planet. I agree with that, but that's not how the world works. Thank you.
We talked a lot about batteries.
Yes, batteries last a certain amount.
Harvard is making a new battery. I only got through one article that basically said Harvard is making a new battery that is not as, it's non-corrosive, so it's in a neutral pH of water.
Good.
And so that, like, even if you were to spill the contents, it won't
hurt anybody.
things.
Good. Yeah, it's a fuel cell technology.
And it's made out of ferrocene and something else.
Okay, good.
Biologon.
That's really good. You know, the big problem with lithium ions is they're corroding inside the battery packs. That's why they're not getting the same charge. And that's why they break down. They corrode. So if they can have a non-corrosive one from Harvard, that's great. Great solution. You had sent me chemtrails? Okay. That person is not somebody who's allowed in the show. Like I said, I'll be prosecuting him for impersonating a family member of mine. That'll be a prosecution. I've got a whole file on that guy. He's really up to no good. He's a gang stalker, they call them. People who gang stalk online for money. And he's made a lot of money from Mark, from what I gather. So about 250 miles in one charge, charge 4,000 times. No, Scissorfight was discussing something earlier. You said about 167 miles on a charge. Yeah, that's more realistic. The lady that I saw parked in front of our local store with the guy literally charging it out of his engine was quite upset. You know, she bought a Tesla. She wasn't happy. You could tell she expected her range to be a little bit shorter than it was. So, and a lot of times people don't read their meters. So you're coming into your location not knowing if you're going to make it 24 miles. I mean, it's called range anxiety, and it's why I've always supported hybrid technology. And that's why my hybrid, which I have right here, I bought it in 2006, is really the most incredible car because it can virtually last forever. The nickel metal hydride batteries in it were developed by the Obinskis, and the patent was eventually sold to Exxon, and they have sat on the patent on the battery cells in here. But these nickel metal hydrides last the longest of all batteries, yet they don't allow them in cars because they don't want anyone to have unlimited length of battery use.
I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount, and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election. And as your potential write-in candidate, David John Sponheim, I'm here to show you my hybrid electric vehicle. It's not a plug-in hybrid. That's something I want to build at the U.S. Auto Corporation that I want you, the people, to own. Check out this vehicle. Isn't that a beautiful car?
So anyway, I bought this car in 06. It was 6 years old. It already had 125,000 miles on it. I try different hairstyles. It is really me, yeah. The car is in exactly the same condition 11 years later. And as you can see, I am too. So I've got something going on which is working. But right, the nickel metal hydrides, the one problem is they have to keep at least 18% of their battery in order to charge. It's a memory charge. And if you lose that 18%, they die fast. But every one of those batteries isn't dead. It can be completely regenerated and reconditioned. I've got about 30 or 40 of them right here, waiting to be reconditioned. This battery technology can be brought down and brought back up again and never wear out. They're only bad insofar as that it won't hold a charge there without a full recharging and discharging. But those batteries you're correct about that, ridiculous. It's a safe battery. And all the batteries I have, no matter how old they are, will someday be recycled and put back into use. So that's kind of a cool thing about the nickel metal hydride batteries. But this is ancient technology now, over 20 years old. Lithium battery is bad because the tendrils form and short itself out. Right, tendrils of lithium form and they short itself out. Plus, a lot of corrosion is occurring. The explosions have been mitigated, like with the Boeing 788. They had to create individual battery holders so that if there is an explosion, it's contained in that battery holder. That was their workaround. But the lithium-ion batteries generally have that problem, so it's not the best technology. And I think Elon Musk embraced something ahead of time without actually fully testing it. But again, that goes to show you that a person who uses crack to stay awake, like he does, is going to make some rash decisions for profit. That's not how long-term sustainability is built. Meanwhile, as president, I will automatically issue an executive order to the patent office to allow all patents that are even licensed by other people to be put into open use. Creative Commons licensing will apply to the patents if they are being held in abeyance, like the nickel metal hydride patent that Exxon holds. They're keeping other people from making these things. Every patent that's out there should be licensed for use, especially when dealing with green, clean technologies. This car uses the integrated motor assist technology to generate energy going down the hill. Toyota uses regenerative braking technology, and this car doesn't have regenerative braking in the brakes, in the front wheel. There's no car that has combined these two technologies, and I would urge Honda and Toyota to get together, even though they have a long-standing feud in Japan, to get together and work on some sort of a collateral agreement to license those to each other. Because if this car had regenerative braking and a solar rooftop like they're putting in all the brand new 2020 Hyundais, I think there would be an amazing 100 mile per gallon car. So I'm really quite shocked that Honda and Toyota haven't worked together, but that's one of the things I'd like to breach, that divide, and make sure that these people have the opportunity to work together, even if it's just selling America both licenses and seeing what we can do with that technology. But I think keeping licensing active, patents have to be issued with licenses that are active. You can't buy a patent and shut it down. That's killing all kinds of great new technologies. That simple fact right there has to be overturned. It will take Congress to fully do this, but we need to get on this right away. Just like legalization of marijuana, we have to get on it right away with a leader, not somebody like Biden that says he wants to keep it as a misdemeanor. That's ridiculous. That man should be prosecuted for what he just did with Ukraine, and I agree with Republicans on that one. Biden's proven to be, and Trump should have been told, don't do the same thing Biden did, but he did. Or did he? Because Trump is denying having any money connected to that. He merely said that he wouldn't give $400 million to Ukraine because of corruption issues. Oh, we have to stop corruption, it's very bad. He didn't exactly say it was related to Biden or the prosecutor or that time period. So I think Trump may have caught himself in a big trap there by not saying it was a direct quid pro quo arrangement with the Ukrainian leader to deny them money in exchange for info and dirt on Joe Biden. But the fact that he was probing Joe Biden at all, that is illegal, and that is an impeachable offense. And the fact that Joe Biden did reach out and said he held $1 billion up with Obama not signing the bill, and he had that power, he said, that is another issue that needs to be looked at, prosecuted even. But why isn't Trump prosecuting? Why isn't he going through normal channels? That's suspicious. Anyways, that's where we're at with the Biden-Ukrainian-Trump deal. Meanwhile, I think Trump has put war with Iran on hold because that's one of his many diversion tactics he uses. You're going to cut down on your opioids. Yeah, good. It's a smart move. I know. Mad Dog says at least you don't have to work. You're blessed with having a man who will look after you and provide you a home. Yeah, Anita is dealing with a lot of health issues and has for many years. And, you know, these rooms are not just chat rooms. They're communities. That's why I created Cool Rock, an online community where you guys can just go to and play with the site, have fun with it. That's why I keep plugging Cool Rock because it's really the only place I watch it now. And here I am watching myself. I've got great buttons. I've got our YouTube channel right here. And over here I've got Play NES Games. Misanthropy suggested this one. Web Oasis. Great tour of the web. If you click that button, it'll blow your mind. That's what I expected Google to have, but they didn't. Google's not as accessible and approachable, and I'm really kind of amazed that there should be more fun sites out there. So I've got all these things that are fun. World Clocks was just added. Foods Worldwide. I love that one. It just takes you to the food site, and you just type in anything you want. Type of food, hot dog. Takes you to all the hot dogs in the world, most North American hot dogs, Northeastern hot dogs, most popular. Look at that. The Reuben dog in New York City. The Fenway Park Frank. Fenway Frank, look at that. The Ripper. Oh yeah, look at the Ripper. Anyway, mindless but fun. And that's what the site Cool Rock offers. Fun and free and easy. And you can play music on it too. Experiment with it, have fun with it. It's yours. It's my gift to you. It's what the American people are offering the world to hang out and have fun with. It says at the top, not secure, but that's only a formality. The site does not draw any cookies from your website or from your computer. It says not secure, but that's just because it's not an HTTPS site. But you can see HTTPS sites like Mark's. His main site has a CoinHive malware attack when you open it up. That's a significant fact. That's on an HTTPS site. You got to wonder. Anyway, you're listening. Thanks. So obviously new technologies to help the country are really at the center of fixing the waste problem. So we segue tomorrow into Technology Thursday as well. Talk about those things. But if there are restrictions on how we can get high mileage carburetors or direct fuel injection systems and the companies buy patents like they have in the past, car companies can't access patents that could easily get 100 miles per gallon from your direct fuel injection system. So the goal is to make maximum use of our oil supply and not freak out about peak oil, but begin to start slowing down our use by making more efficient vehicles. That's not a big pill to swallow. Companies can still make money as they transition to that, and even oil companies are already making the migration to solar panel production. Even Saudi Arabia invested heavily. Bill Clinton inspired that, ironically, for Saudi Arabia to invest heavily in solar power production, which is a very big future. And I don't think oil is necessarily drying up. I just think we have to start gearing up for all particular needs for resources. I've never heard of injecting the dog with ketchup, but I can see how that would be kind of tasty. Yeah, the ketchup dog. Does he bore a hole through the hot dog and then inject the ketchup that way? I'm sure your cousin's already patented the idea, I'm sure. Big seller in your area. He syringes it in? Yeah, well, I would tell your cousin to avoid corn syrup ketchup. Yeah, Heinz makes a good one. It's called Simply Ketchup, and it avoids the corn syrup. It's a good product Heinz makes. I'm not a big fan of corporations per se, but I always look for better qualities in big corporations. And Simply Heinz is your best bet if you're going to inject that hot dog. There's no GMO ingredients, no high fructose corn syrup. Yeah, I love this about Heinz. They're very innovative in this way. John Kerry is married to the owner of Heinz. Patricia Heinz Kerry, I believe her name is. Yeah, anyway, there's a mayo ketchup. That's a little weird. I used to have, there was a Thousand Island dressing, they called it. Back in the 50s and 60s, they put Thousand Island on burgers, and it was a big hit. That was a trend in food. Okay, what do you want to talk about? Wasteful spending, wasteful food, how restaurants dump lots of waste in the back of their dumpsters that never get recycled. I have a plan called the National Composting Plan, where we want to build all kinds of things. Ways of dealing with the earth, processing. I definitely think we need to start banning plastic packaging, especially in any type of shipping material. And how many times have we been getting styrofoam in every box? I think styrofoam needs to be banned. Yeah, styrofoam is one of the worst products for breaking down in the environment. 1,000 years it'll take styrofoam to break down. And I think banning plastic is something the Democrats aren't willing to do. I'm willing to price it up to the point where people realize, hey, I better carry a bag, a reusable bag at the market. It's that simple. In my area, they're literally handing out 2 bags for 1. I don't know if they're doing that in your area. But yeah, instead of banning plastic packaging, pricing up plastic packaging might be better. Yeah. I was discussing the ocean pipeline in the pre-show, how to create fresh water with passive desalination. Seawater goes in the middle here and evaporates in the inside of the dome and creates troughs of fresh water. Pure water, too. These are concepts that could be developed not only for our country, but for export as well. And countries could duplicate it. I have no problem with sharing ideas. Mobile medical unit idea is a great system that could be put in place to lower our cost of our health care and provide basic checkups for people who don't have a lot of money. Yeah, Thousand Island is really good on breaded shrimp, right? My mother used to use Thousand Island on raw cauliflower. It's a good match, raw cauliflower and Thousand Island. Or I guess you could have cooked cauliflower, whatever. But whatever, yeah. The Ocean Pipeline Project is now moving on to the mobile medical unit. That concept is fully functional. We've got a lot of positive solutions for the country that just are getting ignored by the media. So I keep pushing them and talking about them because clearly the media is going to be ignoring most of our show. They've been told to stand down and not allow us to discuss things publicly. Yeah, I would love an interview, but they won't give me one. Weed the people, the concept to get more and more marijuana production and integrate it into the legal weed, basically. It's my full legalization campaign includes supporting hempoline to be used as a biofuel additive or a replacement for diesel if a trucker chooses to have regular. That's fine. If he wants to get the biofuel, we will give him a credit of up to 3 changes of an oil filter which will happen. Your truck will actually push a lot of carbon through with this hempylene. But if you convert to hempylene, you'll be able to save $1 a gallon on your diesel when I get this thing fully functional. But integrating with local people who create marijuana or even hemp, we could use the leaf to create the hempylene. Yeah, your car may be getting high. It's possible. Most of all, getting our country out of debt, because clearly we've become a lot of debt slaves. The average millennial is $27,000 in debt. The average baby boomer is $37,000 in debt. The average X-Gen is $17,000 in debt. And I'm not sure how deep in debt the snowflakes will be, but it won't look good. So we clearly have to get back on board an austerity plan, and getting the cost of government to cut is what a third party offers. The two parties can't cut the budget because they have to keep promising things to the elitists that get them elected. And it's an inherent flaw in our system that the people, the Democrats and the Republicans, are catering to the elitists, the big corporations, for lots of contract work that constantly keeps our budget up. And a lot of that, is involved in the way they get money for re-election. And since we built this entire show, including my campaign, on or I'm going to say a small amount of donations, because it's like right under $3,000 right now, which is amazing. We've lasted this long, 11 years. Most political efforts would just completely fall apart with that kind of pressure. But because we haven't relied on money, we're showing the pathway of the future and how we could theoretically become less hinged on corporations and make more sensible decisions with the money that your tax dollars are going into. Because for the most part, our government just borrows money to make it work. It just literally can barely pay the interest on the debt now. Okay, the Dow had a surge of 162 points midweek. Remember, yesterday it was flatlining. Today it took off out of the gates and then took a big dip, but managed to keep edging forward. And we're looking at a 162 point gain. We're never going to get out of debt completely. No, the country will be in debt unless, of course, we restructure it and have the Federal Reserve help us build an infrastructure bank and then begin to retire the Federal Reserve. If we could get the money that the World Bank has in a hold and trust for us out, we would not only be able to pay our $22 trillion off, but we would be able to put at least $18 trillion, maybe even more, in a bank account to build an infrastructure bank. We have in trust for us at the World Bank $40 trillion, according to Karen Hudas, a former attorney for the World Bank who's fighting them on this detail. So we have a lot of money held back from the war, World War II, where we won, and the proceeds, a lot of that, the Japanese gold, the German, a lot of those proceeds went into a bank in trust for us. Well, we let bankers hold on to the money, and you never know what can happen with that. So if we do gain control over our finances again, we could easily pay off this debt, and for that matter, we could probably begin looking at restructuring everything. I'd like to restructure the FAFSA loans. There's $1.3 trillion in outstanding debt. People still owe student loans. Unlike Elizabeth Warren, I won't write off your debt. That's unfair to the people who didn't get any money to go to college like me. I will, however, make your fixed payments have a fixed interest rate, and will reduce your payments to something affordable for whatever your purposes are. Very flexible. And most of it, with the exception of 2%, will go right back into paying back the loan directly. Whereas right now you pay for 30 years and you only put a dent in your student loans. That's got to stop. So I definitely want to work with that, with an infrastructure bank. We have a lot of plans for the infrastructure bank that could very well provide a lot of growth for this country. $500 a month per U.S. citizen is my idea. I'm the basic income candidate. I'm the guy who originated the idea in America. And I can tell you that Andrew Yang, if he were to win the Democratic nomination and offering $1,000 a month, I will make it $1,111 a month and beat him and Elizabeth Warren if Andrew Yang gets the nomination. But if Elizabeth Warren continues to lie about her Cherokee ancestry and get away with all the money she did, She's now admitting she only has less than 1% in, actually half of 1% Cherokee ancestry. Because Donald Trump has not prosecuted Elizabeth Warren on these crimes she's committed, she's still in the race. So it's amazing to me how she could even maintain a position in the Democratic Party. But when you look at it, they've got all kinds of people in the Democratic Party that are unscrupulous, like Beto O'Rourke, who wrote a story about wanting to murder children, going to a hit and run accident and trying to flee the scene of the crime with a .134 alcohol level. That's not a person with character. That's a person who's pretty much a scumbag. I am well, you claim I'm Cree Indian. I don't know. Somebody said I was Cree Indian, my original ancestors, but I looked at an Algonquin Indian. I've always been told by my parents that I was Algonquin. I looked at an Algonquin Indian picture, and I mean, I can see the facial similarities between myself and this person that was taken many years ago, of course, but you know, you can definitely see a similarity in the facial features. I think it's very possible that I was related to an Algonquin at one time. Yeah, I never bought the Cree story because Algonquins were in Quebec. And you can see this man definitely has a similar nose and facial features, and even the lip is similar. You have destroyed our lands, and you parade this young woman Greta in front of us and talk about how great the environment can be when you have spoiled and destroyed the great land that Native Americans lived in peace and harmony with. You should be ashamed of yourself. I'm feeling the vibe. Anyway, you can see I look like an Algonquin there. Boy, you get a bunch of chatty Cathys over at iVlog. I don't know how to control the chat. It's just so very loose and swinging, man. You guys, I'll make you the quiet room. Beto was arrested as a criminal too. Are you serious? More dirt on Beto. Here it comes. He was arrested in the 1990s for burglary. Oh man, look at this. The Democrats have put out a burglar. Oh yeah, that's the time he did the DUI and also the hit and run. Yeah, or maybe this was preceding the hit and run. Attempted forcible entry, driving while intoxicated. And this is the best the Democrats can put together. Can you imagine? And here I have a spotless criminal record. I don't have any crimes I've ever done. And they won't even give me a second of media time. Isn't that unbelievable? Thanks, chat room. Anyway, back to the ClimateGate issue. Many of you don't believe that climate change is happening. I don't really care what you believe, if you believe it's happening or not. We want to make sure that pollution isn't out of control. I'm more pollution centrist in my thinking. Here's a video describing somebody telling Greta what to say, one of her handlers.
Earpiece in your ear and speak to you. Oh, cheerio! We couldn't be more proud of her. Oh yes, she's a little sponge. It is very important when you see Donald Trump make a very, very bad face. Oh, shoo-shoo! It's not all about the money. The money is very good though. That's right, America. I'm your president. What a poop face. Remember what I told you. Angry face. Oh, I got the angry face, all right. Very good. Donald Trump, you're a bloody asshole. For more than 30 years, the science has been crystal clear. Are you in middle school? How dare you continue to look away? How dare you pretend like you know what you're talking about? You come here and say you're doing enough, but you're not. Your acting skills are horrible. The young people are starting to understand your betrayal. How much are they paying you? This is all wrong. I should not be here. I should be in school. On the other side of the ocean? I actually agree with everything you just said. You come to us young people for help? No, we didn't. How dare you? Your parents have done a horrible job. You have stolen my dreams and my childhood. You literally have no idea what you're talking about. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I know. In my hand, I am holding a script. Well, duh, you're 15. You don't even...
Well, yeah, this is great. I want to see the rest of it at the end of the show because it's kind of, it's not accurate for one. She's 16 years old, so I think we have to be clear on that. Well, let's be clear. She should be getting some therapy because she does seem very depressed. Yep. I'm not making fun of autistic children, no. In fact, anybody who has Asperger, I can only imagine the horror you're going through. Hi, Steve-O. Shh. Yeah, really. You're very talkative. I like the fact that you chat, Steve-O. But she needs some therapy. I'm worried about her. I'm worried about Greta. I'm concerned that maybe she's becoming like the bad seed, you know. This movie was featured Patty McCormick as the bad seed. Yeah, 1956. And there's another bad seed that was made right after this in 2018. 2 bad seeds exist. Hopefully 3 don't occur. I just hope she doesn't do anything too violent, you know? Because you got to admit, this young lady, Greta, has a lot of, how do you say it, chutzpah, you know? And it's not uncommon to see these types of things. There's been numerous cases of children who've been exploited. Yeah, exploited indeed. We talked about that. I had a video, a picture up, but somehow it's disappeared. Go figure. Go figure. Greta the Nazi. Yeah, this is a meme that came out yesterday. Children, notably Nordic white girls with braids and red cheeks, were often used in Nazi propaganda, an old Goebbels technique. Looks like today's progressive left is still learning its game from an earlier left in the 1930s. Yeah, you see this? It's a tactic the left uses, and Nazis, you know, were National Socialists, so commies will use it, Nazis will use it. It does resemble the bad seed. I just hope she doesn't do anything rash, you know. Traveling by herself across the ocean, that's pretty rash. Poor Greta, you know. So let's get behind the Free Greta campaign. Free Greta from her handlers. Yeah. Anyway, we'll get to that video that was very funny and humorous, but I don't want to make humor on the backs of a young lady who clearly is being exploited by her family. And her mother was no angel, I must say. They've scrubbed their YouTube site. They've gotten rid of all record of any of YouTube videos of the mother, but we have copies of them here.
My message is that we'll be watching you.
She's her whole family are actresses. Here's her mother in a kind of a soft porn production called Di Cupido Impiego, Iviane. Milena Erdman. This is her role as an actress. Watch. Oh. Yeah, so you can imagine how this influenced the young lady and how her histrionics became kind of a thing to encourage in the family. And now, since I don't get any media time at all, yet she gets the world to watch her for free. So the Free Greta is a very apropos term on Twitter, definitely. Years of slavery and mind control from her parents, right? Hey, and why didn't she mention once chemtrails? I mean, come on. Poor little Greta doesn't understand that they are poisoning the earth with chemicals. Don't you think that Greta would like to hear about this? Her parents should talk about chemtrails with her and get her on board with exposing this, because the elitists at the global authorities don't want to talk about this, because they're the ones that are spraying the skies and trying to generate global climate change. Oh yeah, this will mess up the entire ecosystem rather rapidly. I was using the term, climate rape, and I think it's still apropos. So as we look at this, let's take a look. We can get this rolling. Let's take a look at the climate rape and then reminisce on Greta's mother and what she experienced making this film. Yeah, I'm not assuming she was raped. I'm just saying it's a very provocative film, and I might want to admire her mother in being beautiful, for one, and expressing herself, too. But now that she's trying to scrub her entire YouTube site, we have copies of it, luckily. Whew. Not that I need soft porn on my hard drive. Yeah. Dave, why are you watching soft porn from, where's this, Italy or Germany? They killed my friend, Kiss Fan, with their chemtrails. What happened to Kiss Fan? I used to know Kiss Fan. Did he die of like lung cancer or what happened? I'm curious. What's your real life story? Yeah, I don't want to forget chemtrails. That's the #1 subject on Wasteful Wednesday. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear. I remember, yeah, Kiss Fan 71 used to come in the show. Hell yeah. I remember that. I'm so sorry. You think Miracle's granddaughter is Greta? I wouldn't doubt that. Are you making that up, or did you really trace the lineage? I'm serious. You may be onto something ridiculous. Okay. I've seen more than one UFO, Stormy. Yeah. You know, that time that guy walked up to you and said, "Hey, you better drop that Trump thing. Hey, what a beautiful little daughter. We wouldn't want anything bad to happen to her mother, would we?" Yeah, that was an unidentified freaking object. Yeah, very freaking. I saw an unidentified flying object when I was a kid. I saw a bunch of them in the sky. About 50 or so discs that were moving around in an array. And I was old enough to realize, I watched My Favorite Martian in my life. I knew what spaceships were supposed to look like. And in 1967, I did see this happening above Orange County, California. And sure enough, it was an experience that I'll never forget. It changed my life forever. I took on a different mindset about the possibility of aliens. I still don't believe aliens exist, per se. But I believe there is life outside of our universe, or outside of our Earth, rather, in our universe. But I don't believe that they necessarily exist. Now, this is the guy from My Favorite Martian that I was watching at the time. And, yeah, Ray Walston. And he had a big impression on me. So much so that I actually am him. Working on my facial morphing. Greetings from Mars. I am here to help humans manage the planet. Anything I can do will help you. You are screwing up bad. Poor Greta didn't know what she was talking about. It's way worse than she described. Sorry, but notice, I saw a grouping, and it turns out MUFON corroborated my story. Over 200 people saw the same sighting I did in June of 1967. I know, because I was still in elementary school, and it was coming to the summer, and I know it was June. Yeah, it was like the first 2 weeks of June. June 12th, I believe, 3:30 in the afternoon. Dateline. The witnessing of alien spacecraft. What they were, though, could very well be U.S.-made weapons testing. I'm still not convinced that aliens were flying objects in front of me. There have been a lot of things that the U.S. government won't even comment on, especially with these chemtrails. There's a lot of evidence of orbic activity. And we showed you a few orbic videos the other night that were very, very interesting. Yeah, I showed you the orbic site anomalies. Yes. This is a pretty weird picture. Check this flying saucer picture out. You're going to be looking at the road here for a second. And what the hell is that? Okay. Yeah, seriously. Somebody photographed this going down the highway. So has the U.S. government been developing technologies like these since the time the Germans had them, like these? The UFOs were developed under Nazi operations. This is the VRAIL project. This was something that was very popular in Hitler's time. The theory that these Martian spacecraft could be reconstructed and perhaps reverse engineered. I would go with that theory. And the possibilities that they existed and then flew, absolutely. I mean, I just looked at something on the highways in the U.S. just now on the video. So you got to wonder. It was a suppository, right? It was a large suppository. But then we look at the real pictures we have of a top secret space vehicle the U.S. government has developed called the TR-3B, a flying disc, if you will. These are real pictures of a flying disc. Now, the possibility is that this existed and still exists is very real. Supposedly it can fly 70,000 feet above the Earth and has video cloaking capability. So it could literally disappear right before your very eyes. It uses a gravitron. Exactly. Thank you. Whatever that is. That solves the whole question. What is it? I don't give I. Rodney any time of day because of his abuse on the show. He's even he's on the ban list because he can't seem to call up and be complimentary toward me at all. Every time Rodney ever called in, it was always to denigrate me. And I don't like denigrators. You have proof? Greta Miracle, the future of the wind industry, is related? Okay. You're finding out more about the Miracle family? Well, I didn't really want to bring up conspiracies on Wasteful Wednesday, but, you know, we're getting more and more evidence that these people are all related to some pretty powerful people like Hitler. Yeah. We showed evidence the other night of Angela Merkel being the identical match for Hitler's mother. I mean, this picture is really a shocker. If you haven't seen this, it's worth looking at. Yeah, it's just amazing. She literally looks identical to Hitler's mother. And many people wonder, how did she become so powerful so quickly? I mean, she wasn't that great of a speaker. I mean, she was kind of a ridiculous dancer. There she is with her dad, Angela Merkel's father, Adolf Hitler. So nothing has changed. The Nazis are still in control. Don't kid yourself. They've installed their own families in England. Theresa May knew Angela Merkel as a child. That's an interesting story. Merkel and Theresa May. They were all friends. Check this picture out. There they are. The three girls all became leaders of the Western Europe. And yeah, this woman right here as well. She's the president of Lithuania. What are the chances that the president of Lithuania, Theresa May, and Angela Merkel were all sitting together playing as young girls, and then they become world leaders? What are the chances of that, unless there's some nepotism involved here? Yeah. So don't kid yourself. These people didn't work their way through a democratic socialist society. They simply were appointed. So here is Greta Merkel and the future of the wind industry with a young girl, and she must have been like 12 or 13 at this point. The Swedish climate activist Greta Thunberg and German climate activists are sitting there posting. This is just showing that they gathered together at the same time. It's not making a connection between her and Hitler. Nice try, though. Well, Trudeau, they say, is the son of Fidel Castro. Yeah. He looks a lot like Fidel Castro. There's a strong resemblance. Trudeau, not in blackface, mind you, and Castro. Just Google Trudeau and Castro and you get all these pictures. Apparently, his mother got to know Castro on a trip and then brought her baby back to him, which makes you wonder. Look at how similar their faces are. Yeah, that's pretty solid comparison there. But yeah, I think maybe that's why he did blackface, to cover the fact that he looked like Fidel Castro. Yeah, he probably didn't want anyone to know when he was going to college. On Arabian Nights gathering. Now, I don't believe Trudeau is Mick Jagger's son. No. Trudeau was taken to an MK Ultra base in the New World back in the 60s. That, I believe, is true. Bartholomew. Okay, well, I don't believe that Trudeau is a legitimately elected person. I mean, he literally used his name popularity to get elected. Me, I wasn't born into a very famous family. Maybe famous in Germany or maybe famous in Norway, but it's not famous in America. My family story is one of virtually picking itself up by the bootstraps at every turn. It's kind of strange, but throughout my family's history, there's been all kinds of problems with relatives. It's a natural thing for relatives to dislike each other in my family. My great-grandfather was jilted out of his entire wealth and all of his assets by his oldest brother. Yeah, an unbelievable situation occurred where a trial occurred. My great-grandfather won the trial over the money that was taken from him, and then it was overturned in appeals court. And then my great-grandfather lost everything. So the Sponheim family were very wealthy when they came to the United States. They had come from Norway in the 1860s. And my great-great-grandfather was one of the richest men in North Dakota. He owned a large portion of the state, which would have oil rights today. And my great-grandfather was jilted out of his inheritance, so a lot of bad things happened through that process. And then I found out that on my mother's side, a similar situation occurred in the not too distant past. I've been researching a lot of things about my family history, and it's just absolutely atrocious what happened to our family. I believe that the equivalent of $500,000 to $1 million was taken as recently as the 1970s by another family member. So this past year has been kind of shocking for me because I've been doing some research and I've discovered things that just absolutely don't add up. And it shocked me when I realized that I had been deceived by family members that I had known as recent as like 3 or 4 years ago. So I've had a major overhaul of my view of my family. It's crazy how people are ripping everybody off in this world. And I'm just this non-materialistic person who's evolved in this world of materialism. And it's kind of shocking that so many people have been ripping people off in my family. It's almost beyond belief. Well, I mean, it's not uncommon for estates to go to one person. I inherited the mobile home that I live in, a modular home, very humble. I like modular homes, by the way. I would recommend living in one, anyone. They're very well built. This is a triple wide, which has a split face granite foundation, which looks very nice, looks like a real house. but at a fraction of the cost. I mean, the amount of money wasted on stick frame houses is ridiculous. But I just inherited this mobile home because I took care of my mother and father their whole life. I mean, the whole end of their life, 25 years, they had me by their side, helping them every turn they made. I mean, I stayed by their side. Nobody else did. And it occurred to me that, inheriting something, a virtue, is fine, but stealing from family members, which happened in my families on both sides, it's just really, really disturbing. You get along with relatives because you only see them at funerals. Exactly. There's no basement, no, but I could easily build an underground survival center. That's not that hard to build. The Sponheims actually have a history that's really unique. We've got a history dating back to the Crusades. My distant relative, the patriarch of my family, had a love story with a woman he fell in love with, and he decided he would prove his love before they would marry and consummate their love. He would prove his love by doing something extraordinary. So during the Crusades, he actually went all the way to Israel, or what is today Israel, Jerusalem. And he acquired a piece of the cross that Jesus had hung on. He actually paid a large price for this piece of wood that Jesus, on the cross that Jesus had hung on, and he wanted to bring it back because these were devout Christians. They truly believed, and the true believers. And he brought it back, and during the trip back to his homeland in the Rhineland, he actually encountered it was a chip of wood, basically. This predates my name, too. It was a chip of wood that was from the cross. He didn't expect it to ever get back. He had been in a massive crash in the ocean. There was apparently the ship was attacked, and they had barely saved their lives, and the item was lost at sea. So by the time he made it back, which was like a year and a half, just going that distance, she was there, and he said, "I'm very sorry, I couldn't do what I had tried to achieve." And the story goes that someone else had found that and found the name on it, and had actually delivered it to her, and she already had it. And therein lies the origin of the name Sponheim, because what it is it means home of the chip of wood in German. Yeah, the chip of wood that Jesus was hanging on. So, yeah, like the old rugged cross. But it's interesting to note that they consummated their love, and they built a family after that, and they were called Sponheims, because Spon in Germany is chip of wood. And then later advanced to the name Spoon, and Spoonheim became the name, and it's popular to call us Spoonheim in Norway. It's pronounced Spoonheim. But it's an interesting story, I'll tell you. I never expected to find out so much about my history, my family, when I went online looking. And that's the beautiful thing about the online searches. They'll tell you anything you want to know. I found out one of my relatives was the first wine vintner in Germany, the first wine vintner, the first person to create wine in Germany. That's pretty interesting. Yeah. Chip off the old cross, yeah. Anyway, back to the soft porn that Greta's mother was making. Don't you want to watch some more of that? No. Yeah, I don't want to exploit the fact that her mother is, involved in that kind of thing. Nothing to worry about. Poor Greta. Here she is again. More about Greta's link to Merkel? I wouldn't doubt they're related.
The money is there.
So interesting, she actually is supporting the bankers. That's why she won't bring up chemtrails.
If we can save the banks
to deal with climate change.
I mean, the money is there. If we can save the banks, then we can save the world. I mean,
if we can save the banks, we can save the world. What a convoluted thought. The reason why our world is so polluted is because of reckless industrialism and bankers. What a twisted, sad little girl. She needs some serious therapy.
I mean, if there's something we are not lacking in this world, it's money. And I mean, of course, many people do lack money, but I mean, governments and these people in power, they do not lack money. And also we need to have the polluters to actually pay for the damage they have caused.
Well, where do you think the banks get their money, Greta? From the polluters. She's creating a catch-22 dilemma for herself. Her parents are Antifa, yeah. I saw a picture of that last night. I thought I'd grabbed it, but yeah, there's a picture of her wearing an Antifa shirt.
So you thought Antifa, the group that assaults wheelchair users and violently attacks people for having a different opinion, couldn't...
All right. Yeah, I don't have that picture. Somebody probably has it on their hard drive. They killed one of the biggest wind farm projects in Germany, and Merkel used her. I would not doubt that. They're wind farm killers. They claim that wind farms are bad for your visual pleasure of looking at the landscape. The girl's clearly being manipulated and exploited. That's the sad truth. And her family are all actors. Her grandfather is a movie director. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, it's exposed in the link Ridiculous just sent us. Okay. Greta Merkel in the future of the wind industry. Thank you. Massive climate protests and the rise of the Green Party have forced the German government to raise the offshore wind target and axe a solar support cap. Wow. So they're working opposite to what you'd think they'd be doing. They're constantly supporting the big business aspect of climate change. And they're forgetting the simple fact of just innovation. It doesn't surprise me she didn't mention the word chemtrail once. She wouldn't have even been allowed to speak if she had mentioned chemtrail. It would have been beeped out. Okay, I'll read that later. Thank you. Yeah, save the banks, save the world. Wow, how disturbed can a person be? Got a lot of stuff for tomorrow night's Technology Thursday. Is your smartphone listening to everything you say? We always get links the night before. Might as well touch on them a little bit. Smartphone ownership is at an all-time high. Microphones are an essential hardware feature in every phone. What does it mean for your privacy? Yeah, there's small tracking devices. That's what a smartphone is. Few people realize the data is there, and Google is relatively transparent. It allows to review what has been collected, but it doesn't go out of its way to publicize that it's there in the first place. It's ironic that Facebook wants to be protected under the guise of public corporation, claiming that anybody that goes to Facebook automatically surrenders their privacy. Like we're entering a public restroom, we don't know if we'll, there's no assurances, that kind of thing. That a transgender might walk up to you and hit on you. Yeah, anything. But no, Google is, or Facebook is claiming to be a public company for that reason. But then they claim that they can censor anybody, much like a private company. So they want it both ways. They want to be seen as a public company where you have no privacy, yet they want to censor anybody they want, like any private company should be able to do. Kind of funny, isn't it? Facebook is really the little brother of Google, because Google owns more than 50% of Facebook. When Mark Zuckerberg first started his little scam, I'll call it a scam, where he stole the ideas from a couple of twins that he met, and then he paid them $160 million, and then he turned it into a multi-billion dollar company. But when he did that, the Winklevoss twins, when Zuckerberg did that, He also made deals with Russian oligarchs. One of them is a very notorious Russian oligarch. I'm not going to mention his name, but he owns 9% of the voting power at the Facebook corporate meetings, this Russian oligarch. He paid him $100 million early on and got 9% voting rights. I believe Zuckerberg still has 51% control over the board meetings, but he doesn't own the corporation anymore. It's vastly owned by Google. And Google is owned by In-Q-Tel, a division of DARPA. You see, the government can print up money anytime they want. That's the truth. Anytime they need money, they print it up. And anytime they need to buy any corporation, any website, they could easily do that. Yeah, so look at Obamacare. The most expensive website in history cost $2 billion. But if you show Google as one of the government websites, you realize it costs more than $2 billion. So we paid a lot for all these technologies, and it's cost us in terms of the value of our dollar. For whenever they print up money, it makes our dollars worth less. And eventually our dollars will be worthless at that rate. Meet 8 protest leaders around the globe. Youth protesters. Okay. On ClimateGate. Act on climate, yeah. So there are other kids that don't get anywhere near the prestige that Greta gets. Yeah. From Melbourne to La Paz, London to Cape Town, young people took part in a historic day of protests on Friday to goad world leaders into addressing what they call the climate crisis. This was September 23rd, 2 days ago. Well, I'm not concerned about the climate crisis. I'm concerned about chemtrails being dumped on our heads, creating the climate crisis. So, turns out a lot of this stuff is industrial waste, which is harvested from smokestacks and put back into canisters and then atomized and put out with compression and aerosol. What you're looking at is an atrocity of human nature to poison itself. This is no different than defecating where you eat. And the elitists are doing it because they have an end goal of depopulation. Yeah, use of children to manipulate the world worldwide. Good point. Preach it, Dave. Can you give it a more Southern Baptist flair? Yes, I can. And I believe that the climatologists, the ClimateGate experts are all just manipulating our minds to slowly become their vegetable, to be eaten in their tofu. It will turn us into mental midgets without the kind of amino acids that good old-fashioned beef gives you. These mind manipulators want to mass produce genetically modified food for us to get cancer at 30, 40 years later. They want to create chemicals that continually dust the planet with poisons, and yet they broadcast how they care about flatulence from cows, how they're saying that the carbon that we emit from our mufflers are causing the devastating climate change that they themselves are creating. Brethren, I do believe that the very culprit of this climate problem we're experiencing would be the industrial polluters that are rigging the banks and controlling the very thing that we call freedom. Our freedom to breathe air, our freedom to drink water, our freedom to decide our fate. They want a new world order, and this is their endgame, depopulation. They want to poison us, brethren. They want to take us down. They want to suck us dry. These are mega corporations that put out little propagandists like Greta as their little puppet on a string. That's what they're doing. They're using children, exploiting children like the Nazis and the Russians did under Stalin. These are the perpetrators of a global crime against humanity. These are our true enemies. The very people promoting this climate change legislation. We need to just fix the environmental problems. We need to get air and water clean. Point of use filtration is the future. Every one of us should be able to drink fresh water and breathe clean air. There's no reason why we shouldn't. Having just taken a trip across country this past summer, I can tell you there's a lot of pollution out there. And there's a lot of radio frequencies that we never ever saw before. The digital spectrum is lit up like a candlestick, like a Christmas tree. We're now seeing 5G penetrating the atmosphere. We're seeing a digital spectrum that's enlarged now because they got rid of analog TV many years ago. Yet we're not seeing use of it other than zapping signals through the air affecting our brain. You know, if you turn on a small radio near your cell phone, and this is true for any cell phone, and it dates back 15 years. I've been doing it for all these cell phones. You turn it on low volume, the radio on low volume, you will hear that cell phone ping a tower near you every 20 minutes. It sends a massive spike signal through the air. You can't hear it, but it's going through your brain and affecting your neurochemistry. The DNA in your body has been altered in some way, some small way, every time this happens. That's why the director of the World Health Organization announced that cell phones do contribute to brain cancer. So we're being lied to. Our government, if it really cared about us, would be giving us a public service announcement for us not to use our cell phones next to our head. We should always use speakerphone. Hold the phone and don't hold it next to your body when it's on. Turn it off when it's next to your body. People are getting cancer. I'm not kidding. So without any type of recourse and monitoring or tests done on the 5G network, we are literally flying blind right now. And these people, their end game is to push zealots in front of us to continue promoting their plan to make lots of money on a network that's never been tested. I had a chance to meet Tom Wheeler at a government conference back in 2010. I walked right up to him and talked to him. I had a feeling he'd be instrumental in pushing something weird. And I was right. Look at this zealot.
The United States will be the first country in the world to open up high-band spectrum for 5G networks and applications. And that's damn important because it means that U.S. companies
will get richer and richer and more money and everyone will make more money. That's what it's all about, is money. The guy's a complete materialist, and he's preaching the absolute evil that's permeating our planet. Profit. The profit of profits. That's what a lot of these people are. I only drank filtered water. I wouldn't even put bottled water in me. It has microplastics in it. I drink filtered water, and I put it in metal containers when I drink it. And now Mo has I don't want to live in a world this cold. Okay. Looks good. It's brand new. Mo, excellent. Well, I hope she's not suicidal, you know. That'd be great. Thanks, Misanthropy. Well, I don't believe, you know, every average bottled water have about 200 pieces of microplastic in it. Every bottled water out there is got this crap in it, which gets clogged in your liver, in your kidneys. I mean, so what I do is I bring a filter with me, and it's the best filter I've found for filtering water. And you can get these at Walmart. And it's a product called Zero Water. And I bring this with me on road trips, and we do it every time we travel. We put it in the sidebar of the car so it doesn't slip over. And wherever we go, we fill it up with the Zero Water filter with this, and it gets rid of almost all of the total dissolved solids. It's certified to reduce lead and chromium. It's really a good filter, and I swear by it. $15 for the filter, but it's well worth it on a road trip. And we went through two filters on our road trip. And I had some really good water, too. Some of the best water in the country is in Oregon. They have very clean water, low total dissolved solids. Back east in Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, they have very low dissolved solids. So the Zero Water filter didn't have to work very hard out there. But in cities like Chicago and LA, it was invaluable. Yeah. I use this product wherever I go. They're like $19.99 at Walmart, and they include a measuring device, an actual meter. So the introductory price is $19.99 at Walmart, giving you the filter, the carafe, and the meter to check your water level. It's a really good deal. If you haven't tried it, that's what I recommend. I'm not making money from the Zero Water Filter Company, by the way. It's pretty funny. You read a book on anti-gravity and you could not put it down. It's very funny. Ridiculous. No quid pro quo. 1,000 points of light. No quid pro quo. Barbara and I are working on a plan to come back from the dead. I hope to tell the world about my involvement with JFK once I return to original form. As you know, Barbara Bush, my ex-wife, my deceased wife, is related to Aleister Crowley, and they're working through the underworld to bring back George H.W. and Barbara. 1,000 points of light. A new world order. My fellow Americans. You know, we never did get the file on JFK. Trump said he wouldn't release it because George H.W. was still alive. Well, where is it? We're still waiting for it. I'm not going to wait for it. I'm going to get it out right away. David Sponheim is going to release this file about JFK. 1,000 points of light. A new world order. All right. Thank you for coming in. You bought one of them from the Bed Bath & Beyond and the filter was broken? Well, take it back, dude. Bed Bath & Beyond is struggling. They're going to be closing down quite a few outlets or restructuring. They haven't run their business wisely in the past few years. Their net bottom line is not doing well.
Values that I took from my parents and all of the experiences I've had and the lessons I've drawn from them have been the basis for my decision to run for president.
Thanks, but I don't need to promote other people. And when you're censored as long as I am, they don't let me do any of my videos and be seen by anybody. My Twitter account has been shut down for the past 9 years, and you're telling me I should make a video like that? That's ridiculous. Show us the photo at Dallas when JFK... Yeah, sure. Well, I can show you the picture of George H.W. at Dallas. They're fairly sure that it was Bush, because he was in charge of the CIA in Dallas when John F. Kennedy was killed. There's a solid photo of George H.W. Bush in the background, and you compare it to his earlier photographs, it looks a lot like him. This is the information we expected Trump to present, and he didn't. In the document, Trump avoided presenting the information about Lee Harvey Oswald working for the CIA, too. That's very pertinent to the discovery that JFK was killed by the mob, not by Lee Harvey Oswald. So our president, George H.W. Bush, was ostensibly a mob operator who worked for the mob. His father, Prescott Bush, money laundered for Adolf Hitler. And George W., he certainly didn't help us by starting 2 wars, did he? Dave, do you like Middle Eastern food? Well, yes, of course I like Middle Eastern food, Stormy. Like falafel. Yes, I do very much. Look in the background, there is a picture of 4 worms. What are you talking about? Falafels or worms? Sinatra was a mob guy, yeah. Let's not forget, I have a website called Cool Rock, which right now is operating an entire show. A community is, you're a part of the community if you're in the chat room, so welcome. The online community is up and running right now at coolrock.com, but like I said earlier, I've got a button here I've just installed called Foods Worldwide. Let's click on it and put falafel in the designation. I used to love falafels. Yes. You can get a falafel bar, falafel drive-in in San Jose. Falafel in the District of Israel. Let's take a look at that. Falafel Hazkinim. Look at this. In Haifa, Israel. You can get the tahini or falafel. This is an actual photograph from their actual falafel bar. This is exactly how I remember falafels. Absolutely. Well, let's be clear. I'm going to sink my brain into eating that right now. The tahini sauce, the crispy falafel made of garbanzo beans. Fantastico. So you can eat any food you want there. Well, I tell you, the Democrats aren't going to come up with anything. Hey, Dave, do a mafioso voice from New Jersey. I don't do that voice very often, Ace, because of what happened to, one of the Gambino family was taken out recently. You know that, right? Yeah, I mean, it's disrespectful to talk like the people from New Jersey. You know what I'm talking about? Frank Cali was shot in his driveway getting his garbage can. And they pinned it on some stoolie in the prison. I don't believe it was him. I think somebody else called the hit. You know what I'm talking about? I don't know. It doesn't sound like it was some guy down the street. You know, some guy who had a lot of crap on this guy, and they may have fingered him in this entire attack. Yeah. Yeah, I don't believe the guy that shot Frank Cali actually was... I think they just forced the guy to shoot him. It looked like a gangland hit to me. And then there's Mr. Anderson. Remember that when I turned into Mr. Smith from The Matrix? Mr. Anderson. It's the stench, Mr. Anderson. The stench of humanity. It's the sick smell of greed. Yeah, I think Whitey Bulger was hit by the government. You know, his family is suing. They think he was mistreated in jail, you know. Poor Whitey, being mistreated, you know, after killing all those people, you know. Joe Rabbit. That looks like a new trailer. And then we have the ballad of Buster Scruggs. Remember that? Yeah, we'll play that too for you tonight after the show. Couple movies, Buster Scruggs and Jojo Rabbit. Mr. Anderson. Dave keeps getting younger, huh? I don't know, man. It's a little weird, I gotta tell you. You know, when I first looked at these pictures, I said, Dave, how you doing it? How you maintaining a good looks as you get older, you know? And I realized it was this fruit spray that I've been using, you know, from the Fountain of Youth. I didn't think it'd make a big difference, but, you know, it's better than a day spa, let me tell you. No, that's real. I've got the best 10-year challenge picture in the world. I even beat Tom Cruise's 10-year challenge picture. Here's Tom Cruise in 10-year, 10-year assessment. He's not the same guy. No, this is a different guy. Robbie Arnell comparison. Bake Off host Sandy Koufax. Yeah, I don't really see Tom Cruise's 10-year challenge. I think he gave up. He can't do it right. Yeah. Plus, he had a complete face job. Okay, this is it. Massachusetts governor closed all vape shops in the state. The sale of any vaping or other cigarette-type device, juice, or accessory is now illegal in the communist state of Massachusetts. Can you believe that? Hey, you want to talk about somebody who doesn't change? Ocasio-Cortez, used to be Eva Abadan. Well, she changed her name because she wasn't, getting any mileage. Uma Abadan, her sister, was the alleged lesbian lover of Hillary Clinton and wife of Anthony Weiner. Well, Eba's the sister. Well, as you can see, Eba's got a whole new look now because in 2015, Eva Abadan stopped tweeting. Her tweets stopped in 2015, the day that Ocasio-Cortez won a supposed legislative election in New York. Yeah, so what's going on? How did they put the same woman out and claim it's a different person? And then Hillary got her elected, you know that. And now they're claiming Ocasio is so wonderful, everything's great about Ocasio. Hillary literally installed the Eva Abadan as Ocasio. It's the same person, dude. That's too bad, Drag King. A lot of people are thinking, should we make our own e-vape cigarettes? Or e-vape juice? I don't know. Scissor Fight, you make your own juice, right? Yeah, you really ought to do like a tutorial of just how to. You don't even have to, have a voiceover. If you want a voiceover, I'll do it for you. You make your own e-juice? Yes, you'd make a video about it. Not many people know how to make it. And now that with the big gap in the e-juice business, a lot of people are going to make their own in Massachusetts. I say Massachusetts because my family founded that state. So I'm a little pissed off they've gone so liberal. My grandfather was a Republican with roots in and around the Massachusetts area. His family came from a town we founded in Massachusetts. In various areas in north of Boston, my family was prominent during the 1600s, 1700s, 1800s. I don't want to name drop or anything, but it really saddens me to see Massachusetts become such a communist state. My family came in on the Planter, which was the ship right after the Mayflower, the second ship that came in. My ancestor was the first, I believe it was a woman that came over. I believe my first ancestor was a woman, and I don't know if she was pregnant or if she married and became pregnant here, but well, I think Juul's getting a bad end of the deal. They're getting targeted as some sort of a dangerous vaping company. And remember, only 8 people, they say, have died of alleged vaporizers. Whether it blew up in their face or they just smoked the wrong stuff and it caused respiratory infection. 8 people have developed this weird encounter. Oh, here you go. Here's a tutorial on how to make your own e-vape juice. E-liquid. Safety warning. Warning.
Hey, thanks for watching. This is New Amsterdam Vape, but you can also purchase other nicotine-based calculators online. 10 milliliter. First, I rounded up the pipette. I'm poured on, allowing the flavor.
Cool. I'll play this later tonight. Thank you very much. So there is a vaporizer, how to make your own e-liquid. Excellent. Thank you. Yeah, 2,000 people die every day from cigarettes, but 8 people die from fruity vaporizers? Come on. Good point, Drag King. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Millions of people die of cigarette smoking in a 5-year period, yet 8 people die of a fruity vapor, and we got to get rid of it. And then the reason they're saying it appeals to young people. The fruity flavors are banned. Now Massachusetts is banning them all. They're banning everything. Because Massachusetts, like many liberal communist states, required tax revenue from cigarettes. That's where they're missing a lot of money. Michigan's missing $7 billion in outstanding debt that they've acquired from not receiving revenue from cigarette sales. Yeah, we should ban everything flavored, all liquor. Yeah. Peach schnapps should be banned too, because that's got flavoring in it. Good point. Ban everything. Ban the air. Ban the water. Ban the whole world. Yeah, all those coolers. Wine coolers. Ban wine coolers. Yeah. Ban everything. Ban the economy. Ban Democrats.
Ban Trump.
Ban Trump.
I hereby ban Trump.
Exactly. And I have a story about Joe Camel I'll bring up later. But it turns out people who can't vape now are turning to this brand new concept called cigarette smoke. Can you imagine? So now more and more people are now smoking cigarettes thanks to the banning of e-vaporizers, which are actually saving people a lot of chemicals, because every cigarette has like 50 chemicals in it. And every vaporizer fluid has like 6. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think we should have a buyback for all vape pens, don't you think? Maybe the Democrats should throw all their money at buying back vape pens and then wonder why they're so far in debt. It's classic. It's an attempt to... So you see what happens when I wash my hair, I get this this hairdo that looks like that, right?
Uh-huh.
And then what I do is I flip it over. It looks like that. I just go to the other side.
Flip it over?
Huh?
So why flip it over?
I like it like this. I think it looks better this way.
Oh, okay.
I don't know, which do you prefer, the other way?
I don't know. I mean, you're right that there's more of your forehead the other way.
Well, today's Wig Wednesday.
I like the waviness of the
Thank you.
Both.
Today is Wig Wednesday. I'll bring in my wig. I've got a couple wigs I'll be trying. This is my real hair, so. But I've got wig number 1 right here. And then wig number 2, which I've been going to because it looks just like my real hair, I think. Almost.
Yeah.
But
it was interesting looking at old photographs because you have much darker hair.
yeah, it's true. I did. I had brown hair when I met
But
you.
I don't know. You kept saying that you were.
I'm a blonde.
You're
I've always been a blonde. Yeah. It's possible. You know what I think happened is I was using that colorant back then. That came. Yeah. I've got this product I use. It's a naturally plant-derived hair colorant called Mountain Light. And it is it's an amazing product. Actually, it's all plant-derived, and it made my hair brown at one point.
Maybe that was it.
But this is it. It's called Mountain Light Hair Color and Conditioner. That's the red color. But it's all natural. It's called Light Mountain, I should say. Light Mountain Hair Color. And it's all natural. It's plant-based.
I should get that one.
Yeah, it might be a little too red for you, but yeah, if you want to get it. The thing is, you got to leave it in your hair for 45 minutes, and I don't know, it's pretty good. I used it very sparingly, and now what I do is I don't dye my hair. I naturally color it. Yeah, I naturally color it. Right.
So today our district.
Yes, go ahead.
Was the U.S. Department of Education Green Ribbon.
Really?
District Sustainability Awardee. They had their DC ceremony today.
Oh, your district did. Wow, congratulations. That's awesome.
Definitely.
Well, you've had a lot of great news, and I'm sure you'll be sharing that with us.
Share with everybody yet.
I wouldn't talk about it until it's all finalized.
Yes, I know exactly.
Sarah's doing really well, and she's been.
This is actually good.
Very successful in her efforts.
Yeah, my worms are good niche for me.
No, it's not. I'm going to ban you from the show because naturally coloring your hair is
Okay,
not dyeing
David,
your hair.
Just leave them.
Okay,
Go
well,
take a break.
It's not. Naturally coloring your hair with a plant-based colorant is not dyeing your hair. I'm sorry. I refuse to believe that.
Yes, you refuse to believe it.
No. It's like sticking your head in an algae bowl is not dyeing it.
Whatever. That's my good word. Whatever. The Peace Prize or what kind? Exactly. All right. I've dyed eggs. You can dye hair with vegetable dyes, but that will fade. You dyed eggs with onion skins and beets. Onion skins? I didn't know you could dye with onion skins. Did they turn brown? Yes, or you have me less obsessed with my looks. Even though I do admit that I do dye my hair. Because if I didn't dye my hair, I'd be a lot grayer than I am right now. Oh, sorry, I'm tired. I am tired. Oh, I love that song. Don't go away. That's kind of like one of my songs. Climate change. Bernard, dehydrated water. That's so hilarious. Climate change. I have no idea, Xenu. Can you please get him to stop? Please? I mean, I don't know how to do that. And you can tell how it makes me feel. So wait, women are allowed to dye their hair, but men aren't? I think everybody can dye their hair if they want. You use brown skins to make broths darker, and then you strain them out. I don't know that. I didn't realize that. And red skins will dye a purple-red color. Wow. That's pretty interesting. Well, I could see the red onions dyeing a purple-red color, but I didn't know about like yellow or red. Yellow onions. That's pretty funny about that tea. Hello, Vinny. How you doing? The New York Times has an opinion piece, Why a Trump Impeachment Should Terrify You. NBC News special report, the transcript in the whistleblower complaint has been released. You've been better? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Very sorry. I think Tiddly D, you just made me realize I should go eat some ginger. I feel like I have a cold coming on. Maybe it's a pizza I ate tonight, and that could be it. Could also be working with compost. Ah. Ooh, that's pretty interesting. Okay. Oh, yes. The wasp is replacing the bees as a pollinator. Is that the insect in your picture, Ricky? Well, it's not really heartburn. I mean, heartburn would be down here, I would think, closer to my heart, but this is kind of like a scratchiness. And, you know, being around kids now in school, it happens every year. The flu starts to go around. I need to go in and spray down on my tables. That might be good. The Labradoodle creator says it is his biggest regret in life. The 10th person has died from the rare Tripoli infection. Glad I don't live there. Wow. Police say an 87-year-old killed her disabled grandson with an overdose. Yeah, that's a good idea about the bone broth to boost my immune system. A recent medical school graduate is missing in the U.S. Virgin Islands. She was from Kentucky. FDA says it will pursue criminal charges against anyone who makes or sells e-cigarettes that have been tampered with and cause anyone to get sick. If they determine someone is manufacturing or distributing illicit, adulterated products that cause illness or death for personal profit, they would consider that a criminal act. They're going to be focusing on vaping manufacturing, following the supply chain to its source. They're not going to be focusing on individuals who use the products. I guess if someone dies, misanthropy. How will they determine if they makes you sick? If people go to the hospital, I guess. They've also called on the DEA for help because a number of deaths have stemmed from people who vaped THC. They issued a warning letter to Juul Labs for marketing unauthorized modified tobacco products, including at a presentation to children given at a school. And they're going to be opening a criminal probe into the cause of the mysterious vaping-related lung disease. It resembles a rare form of pneumonia. Hundreds of people have become sick from it so far. 9 people died in recent weeks. They blame the spike in teen e-cigarette use on the FDA's 2017 decision to delay the review of products. And they say, yes, we should have acted sooner. And they're going to have an accelerated investigation to help the agency catch up. Why are they so harsh on vaping yet Monsanto Bayer gets a slap on the wrist, if even that? Probably because Monsanto, is it related to children maybe? You're right about that. Them needing to act sooner could be applied to everywhere, all the other ones. The CDC told consumers to avoid all vaping products as health officials work to figure out what's making people sick. Mont Blanc glacier could collapse at any moment, Italy is warning. And is Greta like 16? Is that right? She reminds me of like a young David, I'd have to say, from what David's told me of himself. Juul is accepting the proposed ban on flavored vaping products, and the CEO stepped down from Juul. They replaced its CEO with a tobacco executive. You're probably, yeah, true, slow modes. Why are you so confused, Canadian? Oh, the eBay CEO is resigning. Oh, tobacco bonds are diminishing, and it's from vaping. Aspen Valley Vapes.com. Yes. Are you of legal smoking age? The products and services on this website are intended for adults only. By entering this website, you certify that you are of legal smoking age in the state in which you reside. Wow, check this out. No, don't check that out. That's just one of David's things. Check this out. No, don't check that out. That's one of David's things too. What is... Let's try this. There we go. Legal smoking age. Yes, I am of legal age. Tobacco bonds are a huge source of cash flow for a handful of U.S. states, but now they're predicted to begin a blemish within the next decade. New data show that timeline could have decreased to about around 5 years. As some experts say, it could be even sooner if this steady decline continues. What are tobacco bonds? How's the vaping industry impacting them? In November 1998, some states opted to relinquish all future legal claims against tobacco manufacturing companies for the recovery of tobacco-related health care costs. In return, participating manufacturers agreed to make annual payments with no fixed maturity dates. They also agreed to several marketing restrictions and to also fund anti-smoking campaigns. This agreement is known as MSA. Each state receives a fixed percentage of the total annual payments. California and New York are the two states with the highest percentage cut of these payments, coming around 12% each for each state. States are not restricted on how they choose to spend the money acquired from MSA payments. However, according to a study done from 2000 to 2001 by the General Accounting Office, 41% of the payments were allocated to health-related programs. %, were unallocated. California, New York, wait. Payments are made every April 15th of every year.
Yeah, tobacco bond payments. Michigan was $7 billion.
Tobacco bonds are diminishing.
Yeah, they were $7 billion down. Michigan was. That's why they implemented this vaporizer, this e-vape ban. That's why all the democratically led states are doing it, because they want people to smoke cigarettes. The Democrats have gone full circle. They used to care about people smoking cigarettes. Now they want you to pay taxes. They've become that addicted to taxes, they'd rather you smoke cigarettes. It's crazy.
Yeah, the unmatched Tupperware lids. I mean, I have all these Tupperware containers and all these lids, and they don't fit together. What's up with that?
Yeah, really.
No, I'm just kidding.
We should have a currency. There are a bunch of those at the thrift store. I know. It's the unmatched Tupperware lid collection when you go to the thrift store.
Thank you. Yes, Neil, I would say that.
I don't talk about them. They're a topic of conversation that's being promoted by the Tavistock Institute. I can only respond to what the Tavistock's obsession with transgenderism is. I don't talk about them. It's simply a plan the global elitists have put together to force the issue upon us. I don't just talk about them. Thank you. Thanks for coming in. On that note, Sarah leaves the room. Social Wednesday was always a discussion night to talk about abortion, pro-choice, transgenderism. So consider it a topical issue. If you want to talk about transgenderism, don't hesitate. Just because Xenu doesn't want to talk about it. We can talk about anything here. But Wasteful Wednesday really addresses government waste, how we're $1 trillion over budget every year, and now soon to be $1.34 trillion. Because the Democrats want to add $340 billion to an already burgeoning budget. Mr. Anderson. I don't believe vaping has anything to do with the dumpster situation. It wasn't a fall, it was a reach. My legs are so strong, I miscalculated the overall strength and capacity of my ribs to handle the reaction of my legs. I was lunging for something that I shouldn't have, because you don't lunge in front of a dumpster. That's your best move. Otherwise, it can break a rib. Hey, I learned dumpster etiquette just, hanging out at the recycler. I don't dumpster dive, I recycle. And only 10% of all recyclables are actually recycled. So humanity is just dumping massive amounts of plastic waste in the gutter, in the waterways. I secretly feel guilty that I have even some plastic bags that I use for my garbage. Now, if you are suffering from carbon guilt, press 1, okay? Do some of you feel that you could be a little bit better on carbon use? Press 1. Because I believe just like Greta, and when I was 7 or 8 years old, or how old is she, 12, 16? I felt the same way she did, and I still feel very passionate about it. So I suffer a little bit of carbon guilt, but I've learned to actually reduce my carbon footprint and start using some of your carbon by simply not exhaling. You notice that? If you don't exhale as much as you inhale more than you exhale, chances are you're going to be reducing your carbon footprint. Now, the number of inhales relative to the number of exhales may exceed or in some way decline over years. I was originally an indigo child. I believe that Greta is too. I can tell you want to talk about Greta continuously, so yeah, I don't blame you. Let's talk about her mother for a moment. This is an amazing film that her mother made. And she did it while this man was penetrating her. Or allegedly pretending to penetrate her, so. Don't want to play that anymore? Okay. Let's get back to Greta.
This is all wrong. I shouldn't be up here. I should be back in school on the other side of the ocean. Yet you all come to us young people for hope. How dare you?
Now let's leave it at that. How dare you? How dare you, any of you, ask young people for hope? Welcome to Greta 101, the climate actor ingenue, and I believe she has developed quite a repertoire of simply mouthing what her parents tell her, with no mention of chemtrails. Not one mention of chemtrails. No word, no chemtrails. So for some reason she was unable to mention the most deleterious aspect of climate change, no chemtrails. How come she avoided that subject? Yeah. No chemtrails? No chemtrails. Yeah. And she didn't mention any solutions either. Yeah, that's what I noticed. Very few solutions, like filtering the air. No mention of air filtration. Question mark? So we have a lot of questions and we don't have answers. Ja, es ist true, das ist richtig. Hitler used the same tools with the children, Fat Vinny. Ja, das ist richtig. The children, notably Nordic whites, girls with braids and red cheeks, were often used in Nazi propaganda. And old Goebbels technique, like today's progressive left, is still learning its games from an earlier left in the 1930s. Yeah, look at the girls with the braid is just like in the Nazi party. I'm not German in that sense. Believe me, if my family left Germany before the 1100 AD, we would never have participated in Adolf Hitler's shenanigans. So, let's get real here, shall we? They are manipulating our mind, and they're not talking about the key issues like chemtrails and air filtration. What the hell's wrong with these people? Go ahead, Greta. What else do you have to say?
You have stolen my dreams and my childhood with your...
Wait a second, what about my dreams? What about my childhood? What about, how are you stealing my childhood?
empty words. And yet
Empty words?
I'm one of the lucky ones.
Oh yeah, you appear very lucky. Yeah, she is one of the lucky ones. She's one of the elitist children who are paraded around in front of all the other mindless little... I won't make any derogatory statements about Germans. Das ist richtig, yeah. Yeah, Prince mentioned chemtrails in his song Purple Rain. Yeah, you remember Prince and Purple Rain, right? Yeah, he got killed over that whole thing. Yeah, he went on record talking about chemtrails after his life. You remember Prince, right? The artist formerly known as Prince, then formerly known as the artist, after he was then called dead. Now, here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Prince. I'll put this in the lineup tonight. And I'll add it to chemtrails because it really does. Purple Rain is all about chemtrails. Purple rain, purple rain. He had a sign for his name. He probably had some good drugs. All I can tell you is Prince, formerly known as the artist, formerly known as now dead, is no longer able to talk about chemtrails, so we have to carry on in his steed. Yes. Charlie Sheen talks about not believing the government version of 9/11, yeah. Then his career fell down like the World Trade Center. Good point, Flip 3. Yeah, it's a great song, and I never realized how... I never realized what a powerful singer Prince was, and truly what a terrific talent. I almost believe that Prince was replaced even before he died. Yeah. There are people that believe that Prince, the guy who died, was a replacement for Prince. That's how much they wanted to get rid of Prince, but they realized they had a moneymaker, so they milked him with some guy they could control. Because the original Prince that sang, his talent level was over the top, and then the next 10 years, talent level kind of like went down below. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Veruca Salt. Is that relevant to the show? Or is that your favorite show or something? Chat room celebrity? Oh, you worn out your Purple Rain album as a teen in the 80s? Really? It took me till right now, like just recently, that I connected the dots and I realized Purple Rain. It's like oil slicks in the sky. I mean, hello? It's like he was way ahead of everybody, I think, Prince was. I didn't tune into chemtrails until, I would say, 1985, when Art Bell started talking about it. My mother said to me, she said, David, what do you think of these chemtrails and contrails? And I didn't really know anything about it. And I said, well, probably just the, the jet fuel burning off the muffler of the jets. That's all I could say. I had no idea they were dumping chemicals, massive chemicals, barium, aluminum, strontium, selenium, nanoparticles on our head. Kind of shocked me. Well, let's be clear. Yeah, they didn't own that video, so I can't really say if they owned it. Okay, any more requests for Greta? I know she's a very captivating young lady. The Thunberg family has very good actresses. She played this role really well, I thought.
People are suffering. People are dying. Entire ecosystems are collapsing. We are in the beginning of a mass extinction, and all you can talk about is money and fairy tales of eternal economic growth.
Get a chill pill, Greta. Don't they have like chamomile tea for her? Surely her mother could help with that. Please, give the young lady something of a aphrodisiac. No, not an aphrodisiac. Oh my gosh. Oh, apparently this was a big moment in the play. She got up after being assaulted by this man. This is her mother, Greta's mother, Milena Ernman. She's a very famous actress in Sweden. Yeah. Where sex is the only emotions they show. You remember the Liv Ullmann, the famous Swedish actress? Or no, she was Norwegian, actually. No, I didn't say aphrodisiacs, no. Because she is 16 years old. She needs something to calm her down. That's what I was thinking. Hey, doctors who are experts on her condition of depression know exactly what they need. Breaking news, Ukrainian president kills the Democrats' reason for impeachment with statement defending Trump. Why does that not surprise me? Yeah, I think that's great.
We must change almost everything in our current societies.
Climate panicologist Greta Thunberg. Yeah. We will be looking at the Greta Thunberg in the coming minutes in the show when we get to the 10 o'clock hour, which is a long way away. Suing China is hard, yeah. The thing is, we're not going to get anywhere with Trump. He's not going to make any bridges to China. We're watching the chat here and wondering what the hell's going on. Let's tune into Scissor Fights music. What do you say? I like this one you created, Scissor Fight. This is perhaps one of your... This is great too. The second movement, called Drop. And this is part of your second movement, I Want to Get Close to You. I like this one. I want to get close to you.
Strobe lights, usually not my vibe, but my friends convince me, so you're right. I was looking for nothing, just to have a good time, but then you got me buzzing, like a neon sign, and ooh, I'm hypnotized by the way you move, so free, yeah. I'm not really sure what this is about, yeah. Yeah. I wanna get close to you, wanna get close to you.
Thank you very much, Scissor Fight. That's really good. It's called I Want to Get Close to You. Yeah, it's you can get these songs, by the way, folks, at coolrock.com. If you look down our screen, you can see we've got these buttons, these cool little blue buttons here for various things, right under our chat room. And Scissor Fight's music is here and here. He's got 2 racks of music. He's loaded, and they're amazing. Really original and fun stuff. I really like that song. Feels good. Kind of gets me going. So she didn't mention anything about chemicals in the sky being dumped on our heads. She never mentioned the words air filtration. It's like a little girl screaming for help. It really, no solutions, just a lot of pointing the blame and pinning the blame on other people. And I don't disagree with her at all. I actually agree with her on many levels, but I also don't want to force you people to pay taxes so that you, some cow could continue to fart. I mean, it's ridiculous the way the Democrats want to push taxes on you. Luxury taxes, taxes on animal meat. They want to make meat so expensive. Bernie Sanders is talking about making meat so expensive with a tax that you won't even be able to eat it. That's the Democratic approach. Now, I believe that livestock are here for a reason. They're actually working very well to help feed our world. And in no way are they disproportionately using resources. The answer to the question of they use too much water, Dave, is just make more fresh water. Simple problem, solution, answer. So instead of being debt slaves to the global elitists, we need to get our head together and start thinking about ways of getting revenue for everybody. And fresh water. So I talked about re-agrification, another thing, a concept, getting more soil improvement in our country, helping the farmers get richer soil, more drought resistant, naturally speaking. These are things that are absolutely not discussed by our 2-party system. All right. And of course, the ocean pipeline would be a secret, or definitely a solution to creating fresh water. So all these ideas are unique to America's third party. Trump doesn't own the farming community. He's betrayed the farmers over the years. If we could offer them hemp as a cover crop, they'd love it. And if they could offer more fresh water for the farmers throughout the country using projects like this, they'd love it. California lettuce farmers are using brackish water or water from sewage systems to raise romaine lettuce. Same with Arizona. This ocean pipeline would prevent that. The E. coli contamination of the romaine lettuce, that was all due to using recycled water. Bad. We need to create new fresh water. So our plan at America's Third Party is to really use the earth to its best potential. And right now, with the agribusiness being huge and controlling the 2-party system, those people will never, ever push for ideas like this. They will never even discuss organic food and the importance of non-GMO food. You can't even get one food show online or on Netflix or anywhere in the world. Not one food show talks about organic food being a priority or non-GMO food being a priority. I'm the only food show, and tomorrow night, at 5 p.m., I'll be cooking an all-organic meal. Non-GMO, all-organic, and I'm going to show you how affordable it is. So that's just one of the things I'm going to be doing. I hope Trump's listening. Because you people who are eating diet or drinking Diet Cokes like Trump and eating cheeseburgers are not helping your bottom line. You're only taking your life and shortening it. And if you eat a little GMO now and then, it's not a big deal. I'm just saying 30 years of GMO food will affect you. From the expert witness testimony of Dr. Seralini, an Italian doctor who found that while studying the same rats that Monsanto studied, he studied them not for just 3 months, he studied them all the way to 24 months and found that most of them developed cancerous tumors as a result of eating genetically modified corn feed. You know that rats won't even eat GMO food? They tend to avoid GMO corn. When you put rats into a room and force them to eat it, they'll have to eat it. But if you put rats in a room and put regular corn, heirloom corn out, popping corn, In fact, most popping corn is not genetically modified because they can't get GMO corn to pop, believe it or not. That's what I was told. But you put that in a room with rats, the rats will eat only the heirloom corn. They won't eat the genetically modified corn. Even rats know more about what they're eating than we do. Seriously. So we have to realize that we're not brilliant like we're told, and humankind is actually poisoning itself slowly. Right, the Greta Nazi picture could have those both together. You're right. Good point. Yeah, David Hogg and his Nazi approach toward gun control. You know, Hitler did exactly what the Democrats are pushing right now. Hitler, you call it the Third Reich, they were part of the same wave we're experiencing now from the same group of Zionists like Hitler. We're seeing what Hitler called the final solution. We're seeing the New World Order now. And we've got New World Order puppets like Greta promoting climate change legislation, which have always been just a money-making opportunity for people. Never been real. It's always just been a money-making opportunity, unfortunately. Well, we, the people, have had enough. Yeah, we're not going to take it anymore. Like that, I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore thing. Hitler relaxed the gun rights. He imposed the same kind of laws that John Kerry and Trump has re-signed into law. The Small Arms Treaty, International Small Arms Treaty, he imposed that. And that's exactly how he got the Jews to be completely disarmed before he sends the Nazi Gestapo into the ghettos on Kristallnacht. Und the Juden were all carted off to the rail cars. You remember that? I read about it in the Anne Frank. Yeah. Universal clouds over Long Beach, sickening. Unnatural clouds over Long Beach, sickening. Here we go. This is over Long Beach, California, folks. Unnatural, sickening clouds. Let's watch this.
Hi, this is John in Los Angeles. It's September 25th, 2019, about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm in Long Beach, showing you our putrid sky here. These masses that we're supposed to believe are actually clouds. What a joke. Look at this. This stuff's been poured here, guys, by some vehicles that you probably can't see. I mean, I see some of the spraying vehicles, but there's something else dumping all this.
Yeah.
Look at this.
And he's breathing it.
It's ridiculous. And then we got to listen to mainstream news, not tell the truth. That little Greta, I don't even want to go into that one. Running around lying, putting us in danger.
I know.
You know, getting all the kids worked up about climate change, which they're causing. You're looking at it right here. All right, I had to show you this. I know we didn't grow up with clouds like this.
No, we
didn't. This is not clouds at all.
At all. I agree.
Look at this.
It's gross.
Yeah, look at that giant turd right there. Isn't that lovely?
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, guys. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks for all you guys that are exposing this stuff, too.
Yeah.
All right, take care.
And good guys like John Graff are speaking out and exposing pictures all over the world. We got donations from some guy tonight. He sent them to our email account. Take a look at that. These are chemtrails over his house, and these are source files that just came to us from a Dropbox donation. Look at this. Wow. Chemtrails all over the skies. All over his skies where he is. All over his skies. Look at that. Just like where this guy is in California, in Long Beach, California. And I get them over my house here in Northwest Washington. Same thing. They're happening all the time. Yeah, it's unfortunate because we're raising awareness for it and the mainstream media is ignoring it like it was plague. And that's why more and more people are tuning into the alternative media that we have here tonight. Any new news that we can get that's real, it's almost like we have a hunger for it now because we've been lied to for so long. Thank you for donating $3. Appreciate it. It will help. The VPN that we use is about $10 a month. And we can't do our show without the VPN, or they will literally DDoS me. I'm not kidding either. Yeah, so if you're one of those people that just resisted the chemtrail discussion for a long, long time, and now you're wondering, how could you have been so stupid? Don't blame yourself. Like I said, it's taken me since 1985 to fully understand the depth of this problem. It's pretty bad. And anybody who thinks otherwise is fooling themselves. And don't beat yourself up over, maybe not being aware all these years. We're aware now. That's all that matters. We're starting to realize this is slowly reaching a saturation point where we can't just put up with this. And the two parties are not going to deal with this. They won't take on the big industrial leaders, too, that are actually poisoning our food slowly with genetically modified food and pesticides and herbicides. And the danger of Roundup is so severe that I wouldn't use it. I would not use it. I would just say, hey, no, I'm not going to use it. I'm going to use alternatives like Epsom salt and vinegar. That works. Yeah, George Soros is her advisor, folks. This just came in from one of our contributors at iBlog. Look at this. George Soros is her advisor in the whole saga. He has trained her to be the youth spokesman person, along with her own family, who are all members of Antifa. Yeah, so you can't take this little girl's mental problem and make it your own. And certainly don't let your children become fascinated with her sickness. She's mentally ill. She's allegedly suicidal. And simply pushing an agenda of wanting to stop it at all costs is exactly what the global elitists want. They want us to engage. Hey, thanks, Guest 743. Appreciate it. Yeah, I see that you got it there. Thank you. Good link. So this is not something, we're not her responsibility, and we certainly don't have to make her the centerpiece of humanity, which she seems to want to be. And like I said, my message has been censored for 11 years. They won't even give me the time of day. So it shows you how this whole system is rigged for people to support climate change legislation like cap and trade and carbon point legislation. All of that is a massive game, like a monopoly game, that these elitists want to profit from yet again. They realize that they can make money while they poison us. It's a game. You imagine the power they must feel when they can do that. They can dump chemicals on our heads, poisoning us. Never talk about chemtrails. She never mentioned it. Never talk about air filtration. Talk about some BS about stratospheric aerosol injection, which is what they're doing right now with the chemtrails they're dumping in the sky. We always used to wonder what they did with all the industrial pollution. They're dumping it on us. It's the old adage in the ecology, solution is the solution to dilution is pollution. Dilution is the solution to pollution. That was a famous saying in the 60s. Dilution is the solution to pollution. So by spreading it all around the Earth's atmosphere. Yeah, no wonder you're losing your hair. Thank you, Juan. I know. And by the way, if you want to hold on to those hair follicles, eat avocados. Yeah, that's the best food I've found. Seriously. And take a multivitamin pill. Yeah, seriously. Yeah, it's a serious problem. Male pattern baldness is common now because of this. They're dumping chemicals on our head. They don't care about us. Hey, I'm just glad you guys can tune in and check our show out, because we talk about all these issues on a daily basis. And I'm not going to stop simply because somebody said, oh, Dave, you'll never be president because we've got you under our thumb. Well, they're only censoring me here. I'm seen all around other areas of the world. So I'm not worried. But having a daily show against all odds is really a challenge, I must tell you. Yeah, Dollar Store has shampoo with avocado. Yeah. Garnier makes a really good shampoo. Avocado and shea butter. Very good stuff. Well, I believe, too, that Trump is really turning his back on the MAGA supporters. I really believe that his effort to the MAGA supporters are actually so upset that, especially libertarians, that they should come into my party, or our party, I should say, because one of my recent tweets really lays it out there. The Make America Vape Again. And we had a biased poll from the people in our show. Obviously, there are only 3 people voted on my Twitter message because I am being censored on Twitter too. But yeah, we had a poll that asked people, is Trump going to prosecute Biden? And the answer was VP Biden did abuse power. The resounding winning answer to the poll was 67%. VP Biden did abuse power. And 33% don't care, and why bother? And not one person out of 3 people voted to impeach Trump. So we must have a very biased pro-Trump group in our show. After all, Trump stole most of my ideas. You probably like my ideas just as much as his, considering he stole my ideas. Yeah, I had a little message here that was, yeah, there it is. Here, Make America Vape Again. And I talked about my Make America Vape Again t-shirt here on the Spreadshirt link. You guys can order the ATP promotion if you want, on reference to somebody in my show who put this out there. True Blues suggested I make this. Yeah, I just Make America Vape Again. Vote for ATP 2020. AmericasThirdParty.com. I really believe that Trump is forcing his will upon all the people, and he has no scientific reason. When 8 people die of a e-vape cigarette, yet he bans it, and then other states follow, that's just total BS. It's like somebody from the cigarette lobby paid him a lot of money. So Make America Vape Again. The MAV movement is born. Amazing. Chemtrails all over your sky. You got to hit hard. Yeah, Trump blows a lot of smoke and hot air. Good night, Juan. Sleep well. Hey, Dave, why did Hunter Biden receive a direct commission line officer commission in the U.S. Navy when he was unqualified and needed an age waiver? Nobody ever gets an age waiver. He was 43 at the time. Because Joe has a lot of pull in the Navy, and he got his son Hunter a good job. It's no joke that Joe Biden has helped his sons immensely. It's called total nepotism, and that's why Biden isn't the right guy for the job, from my perspective. Hey, here's the exploring an untouched $3.5 million mansion. We've got wasteful stuff tonight, like going through relics and old houses. And Scissorfight got a link here to one of those such old houses. A $3.5 million mansion. Wow. Untouched. Look at that. That's freaky. It like probably got built on a loan that went bad or something. Whoa. That is so cool. Okay, we'll play that tonight. Can you imagine? People actually build houses on spec. There's so many scams in this world, it's unbelievable. And banks that end up eating the price of the house. Hey, you're not allowed to come in here and post Russian messages in the show? Yeah, you're coming in peace? Okay. I can't communicate with Russia here. Sorry. Oh, here you go. British accent. Harry Potter confronts his master. This is where this young girl got this.
Tell them how it happened that night. Tell them how you looked him in the... How dare you stand where he stood. How dare you stand where he stood.
Okay. How dare you? That's where she got it. Yeah, you're right. How dare you? He went on to become a big alcoholic, didn't he? Good to know. All right. Anyone want to play music with me on Cool Rock while I kill some time here? Actually, what I usually do at this time is go on Craigslist and look for solutions to places to live for people. Wasteful Wednesday kind of goes into the deep, dark circle of what to find at the lowest end of the bottom of the rail. And I actually found a $1,500 motorhome last week in Texas that anybody could have lived in full time if they wanted to leave their mom and dad with all their cash savings. Yeah, remember that? So I look for properties too. Zillow is a good thing to check out. Zillow.com has really an excellent choice for houses all around the country. And they own a company called Trulia as well. And if you want to look for a house that's affordable anywhere in the country, you can go to Zillow or Trulia. Zillow gives you I think a better choice. Trulia gives you all the details about crime in the area. So say you want to go to Lansing, Michigan, and you want to find a house between $1,000 and $30,000. Bingo. There's one right there. This is $27,500 in Lansing, Michigan. That's a pretty decent house. It's got some good bones to it. This is the kind of thing we do, show people there's a lot of places you can actually go to find a house that has potential. You could raise a family in a house like this. Interested? No, I'm not. But thanks. Thanks anyway. Here's one for $15,000. You get the whole neighborhood. Okay, taking too long. There you go. See that house? That's the only picture we have of it because it's a neighborhood street shot. But look at that beautiful tree out in front of that house. And it has a garage you can get to. You could probably put a paved garage area if you wanted to, like upgrade. But hey, that's not bad, For 15 grand, you could pretty much live a nice life in a place like that. And Lansing, Michigan is pretty decent, I think if I were to live near anywhere in that area, I'd want to be near the body of water, near Lake Huron or something. One thing about the area out there, they've got a tremendous amount of... Here, this is right near the water of Lake Michigan. They got a lot of water. It's a manufactured home built in 1998. Yeah, I believe that this is an RV park. But yeah, I typically see those for $21,000. Oh, you didn't see it at all. Oh, sorry. I was kind of absorbed in the entire effort of looking at things. You heard the tree fell in the house? I'm so sorry to hear that. I heard that the company wouldn't carry the insurance on the tree because it had potential for falling, so the whole family ended up, having their roof cave in. Sorry. Give me a few acres and some chickens and cows and I'll be just fine. Froggy. Froggy, I hear you, man. I will prosecute Dick Cheney for war crimes. I believe Dick Cheney was on the inside job of 9/11. If we can get a bona fide panel of Justice Department officials to draw up some subpoenas and get information from Dick Cheney, because he's still alive. Oh, I'll talk about it if I have to, and I'll have to do it under subpoena. That's Dick Cheney. He kind of talks like this. It's like, Anyway, he has 4 new hearts, I think. They gave him his most recent heart. I'm not sure. It came from some Thailand boy. Anyway, tragic Thailand death led to his heart, and his life still extended on. Yeah, so we'll try to get Dick Cheney on trial, for sure. War crimes is just the beginning. If there is a 9/11 Inside Job Commission issue, there's going to be crimes of genocide. But again, I can't get to the White House without actually having protection. So I live in a fully sealed underground bunker, giving me the ability to do this show well into the future. So just a question of time before I reach enough people and have the momentum I need to get 1 vote. Yeah, only Russia. But I don't want to tell you about my protected underground bunker. That would be too detailed. I'd rather show you pictures of it. Yeah, where, you know, simple pictures where you learn about it. Yeah, kind of how it was built and how many rooms are in the underground bunker and things like that. Are you preppers? I'm sure there are people stalking somebody anywhere in the world. Are you a prepper? There are people that believe that I'm actually Max Headroom, the famous character from the 1980s. I actually preceded Max Headroom.
Einen deutschen Restaurant.
I actually preceded him. Yeah, I came before him. I'm looking for my fluoridation. No. I'm looking for my video of an underground bunker. You know, when digging underground, you have to worry about one thing: running into ghouls and goblins.
Could it be Satan?
They are down there. That's what I heard. Sounds from hell. Oh no. Can't seem to find my underground bunker. I haven't played it in a long time. So we got a few things out of our show today. I'll play McDumpster.
The sun is just rising. Smell that coffee brew. Nature to another.
It's a McDumpster commercial. Proceeded. You plan on robbing the preppers when something goes down? That way you don't have to prepare for anything? Oh, so you already figured out that your goal is to just use your weapon and your lead to buy you some food. Well, many people choose many things along the road to ruin. The path to hell is paved in good intentions. Always remember that. Here's Larry Sinclair, an early Larry Sinclair. Check this out.
Hi, my name is Larry Sinclair. I'm making this video and posting it on YouTube because of an incident involving myself and Senator Barack Obama between November 3rd and November 8th of 1999 in the Chicago, Illinois area. The mainstream media and Obama himself has done greatly to prevent this story from becoming public. During those time periods in 1999, I met Obama at an upscale lounge in Chicago, Illinois. After having a few drinks, Obama and I left in my limo, began to drink. Mr. Obama acquired powder cocaine for my use, crack cocaine for his use. I performed oral sex on Senator Obama, who at the time was a state representative for the state of Illinois. Mr. Obama knows these allegations to be true. I'm challenging Mr. Obama to come forth, be honest, stop claiming that his drug use is limited to his teenage years.
You know, if only Barack Obama could have actually done this, it would have been great if he had said something, you know, and said, well, you know, it would have been wonderful if Obama had actually stepped up to the mat like a man, like a manly man, and said exactly what he needed to say, and tell Larry Sinclair emphatically that that is just not true. Now, let's pretend that if he did say that, we're going to pretend like Barack Obama was actually saying and refuting that Larry Sinclair had oral sex with him. Let's be clear. Larry, I did not smoke crack. Well, it was a form of crack. It was methamphetamine. And frankly, you gave me a bad cut. I got a raw end of the deal. I believe the money I gave you should have bought more than one 8-ball. So, let's be clear. Larry, I did not perform oral sex on you. You did it on me. I would never have done that to you. But he didn't say anything. He said nothing. He ignored it like it was no big deal. If somebody said that I had done that to them, I'd sue the crap out of them. They'd be performing, colostomies or enema bags would be everywhere. They'd be sued so hard. I don't know, man. If that's defamation of character, you think Barack Obama would have stood up and said, hey, you can't say that. Unless, of course, it was true.
1999, you weren't a teenager. 1999, you were a state representative for the people of the state of Illinois. 1999, I performed oral sex on you in the back of my limo, as well as in my hotel room in Gurnee, Illinois, 2 days later. If you challenge the authenticity of this allegation, I challenge you to take a polygraph test, as I will submit to as well. These allegations are true and need to be told to the public. Let the public decide whether Mr. Obama is being forthright and honest.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Larry. You know, that guy was really kind of cool to have done that. He was an openly gay man who obviously had a cocaine addiction, and he went out of his way to prove that he had been with Barack Obama in a limousine. He actually got $6,000 in donations, which he applied directly to the press club in Washington, and actually took and rented the place and talked to a bunch of press corps people. That guy was not a whack job, Slow Mode. I don't know why you call him a whack job. He was legit. He may have been a crack user. He may have been like a homosexual prostitute, but does that delegitimize his testimony? Does he not have rights as a citizen? How can you just relegate him to the crackpot collection? The latest Iowa poll is good. Good news for Elizabeth Warren and Tulsi Gabbard. Excellent. Elizabeth Warren, the woman who committed perjury when she lied about her Cherokee ancestry and got a free education, is pairing off with Tulsi Gabbard. As you well know, I think Tulsi's way better than Warren. Yeah. I like Tulsi on many levels. But Biden is still leading the polls in many areas. No question about it. He's definitely leading it in donations. But I like Tulsi Gabbard. I think she's really one of the only Democrats I would endorse if I were to endorse a Democrat. He was not reading. What the hell? He remembered giving oral sex to Barack Obama in a limousine in Gurnee, Illinois, out in front of the Comfort Inn. Yeah, well, everybody who ever said that they did that, misanthropy. Remember Justice for Katie, where she said she was raped by Trump at the age of 13? She said her life was threatened. She had to withdraw the charges the next day. The Trump thugs were running around threatening Stormy Daniels, too. Your president has people out there threatening people life and death if they speak. You people aren't aware of that? My goodness. I don't think Froggy's relevant here. He has an important message, but we don't have to draw on information. And if openly gay people in here want to hang out, I have no problem with it. I do not discriminate against openly gay people. Greta Thunberg without a script to read from. Okay, let's see what she talked like without a script.
Could you please tell us what kind of message, what you are doing here today, what kind of message would you send by doing this to world leaders? And also can I ask you, do you think it's about time that President Trump would respond to what you have said today?
I think... I'm sorry, what was the first question?
What's the message you would like to
Yeah.
send to our leaders
Yeah.
by doing what you are doing?
I think what we want to send is... The message we want to send is to say that we have had enough. And anyone else wants to answer that question? I can't speak on behalf of everyone.
Anyone wants to answer about the message to world leaders?
What about President Trump? He's here today. Do you think he should respond in any way?
I think maybe you should give some questions to the others as well.
She doesn't know what she's saying, folks. She's absolutely winging it with a script that she recited. Wow, that really changes the dimension of that whole thing. And the family, all actors, even the grandfather, a director, very suspicious. Now I'm beginning to see the George Soros direct connect. Yeah. They'll do anything to control the message. Anything. You know, I started this show earlier talking about how I have a plan to actually fix the pollution in the world. It's not a Green New Deal plan. Although I have components of the new FDR's concept, my CCC, the new CCC, Civilian Conservation Corps, could very easily help with our park service and offer basically people a job and a place to live. Anyway, I do have a plan that will actually deal with the huge amount of pollution. And let's stop talking about climate change, because that's obviously a divisive subject. Let's just talk about the end product of where our waste goes. And this way I can bypass the dissension a lot of Republicans feel toward the climate change issue. But we found that 90% of plastic polluting our oceans comes from just 10 rivers. Yeah, this is an article at weforum.org. And 90% is a significant amount. If we can just deal with those rivers and the waste there and have digesters that can melt the plastic and properly deal with the effluent, the particulates coming off of the smokestacks, we could gladly burn plastic if we could just loop the carbon. The problem with burning plastic, it creates more greenhouse gases. So if we have a method we could deal with that and turn this product into liquid, you could bring plastic waste and turn it back into gasoline or oil. It's entirely possible in a safe and sane manner. A Japanese inventor created a solution to that. But we can deal with 10 rivers in the world. They're the worst offenders: the Indus, the Yangtze, the Yellow, the Hai, the Ganges, the Pearl, Amur, Mekong, and 2 in Africa, the Nile and the Niger. All these rivers are the most polluting of all of the rivers in the world. So if we deal with those issues head on as a world entity, someone's got to have the money necessary to do this, that's for sure. But I'm not here to beg for money like she was. She doesn't know what she's saying at all. I know. It's amazing, Guest 230. She's literally reading off a script. That whole thing that she did was off of a script her parents wrote, or George Soros' speechwriters wrote. Hey, I heard BBC is now saying that Hillary Clinton is going to announce she's going to run for president again. I don't doubt that at all. They have a Hillary Clinton clone that looks very much like her and is very young and isn't going to fall apart and start drooling like Hillary did. Let's be clear. Yeah, there's a woman out there who looks just like Hillary, and I seriously would not doubt that she's a clone. No questions asked. But I can show you her picture. I mean, she came out right after Hillary had her collapse in 2016 at the 9/11 event. She came out and talked about, 2 hours after that, she came out into the world and told people about her situation. Let me see if I can play that clip. We had her that day in 2016. She was literally falling apart. They had to carry her in. This is a picture of her. This is her, the old Hillary, going into the limousine. You'll watch it in just a second. See her being carried in? She's unstable on her feet, and let me blow it up for you so you can see it better. She's virtually falling over. She collapsed at that point. Okay. She then went over to Chelsea's apartment, which is a retrofitted location. And she emerged from the apartment. Watch this.
The internet is lighting up with conspiracy theories claiming this.
Yeah, so she came out 2 hours later smiling to the public. This is the Hillary clone, by the way. If she's been cloned, this is her. She has the same palm print. We proved that on our show. Exact same palm print that Hillary Clinton has.
Is not Hillary Clinton, but a body double. Hillary seemed in good spirits as she emerged from her daughter Chelsea's apartment Sunday after collapsing at the 9/11 memorial ceremony. But the Twitterverse erupted. Nose looks very different. This isn't Hillary. Another conspiracy theorist noted the absence of any obvious Secret Service agents close by when Hillary walked out of Chelsea's apartment building.
Turns out Chelsea's apartment building is a retired medical clinic. Many people believe it's a cloning clinic that Hillary was using as a way of having a backup in case she fell down in the election. The original Hillary is probably got Parkinson's and probably can't do much at all. Even though, you know, I would highly recommend getting some CBD oil, but it was her. 2 hours later, she came out thinner, lighter, same handprint, exact same handprint. No, she's not a transgender. I know that you've got a lot of transgenderism on your mind. She's got she's got transgenderism on his mind. She's got transgenderism on his mind. Her mind. Well, let's be clear. Yeah, Hillary has said some pretty brash things, for sure. Here's Oprah Winfrey talking about white people. Listen to this if you haven't heard this clip.
Still, and there's a whole generation, I say this, you know, I said this, you know, for apartheid South Africa. I said this for my own, you know, community in the South. There are still generations of people, older people, who were born and bred and marinated in it, in that prejudice and racism, and they just have to die.
So she just said those white people have to die. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You ever heard that, Marina? Yeah, she's very prejudiced against white people. Let's take a look at the hand, and you'll take a look at this real quick here. If Hillary is going to be running, and BBC is reporting that it could happen, according to BBC 2, thank you to Guest 2306, it's scary. That's the hand of the woman standing out there outside the Hillary or Chelsea Clinton's apartment. You see it right there? And then this woman is on the campaign trail with her hand. That was the original Hillary early in the Iowa race in 2016. And then you zoom in on the hands and put them both together. And I can clearly show you that it's got the same exact palm print. It's kind of uncanny. So the only solution is that Hillary Clinton either has an incredible robot built in her stead, or she has a clone. Because theoretically, a latex print could be made of a hand, and a robot could be used to duplicate it. But that line is the same. That line is pretty much the same. This line is the same. That V right there, that V pattern is the same. This line is the same. Now, mind you, no two people have the same palm prints, but Hillary 1 and Hillary 2 do. The only difference is this thumbprint is different on both of them, and this clearly is a younger hand of the younger woman, the younger clone. So I'm pretty sure that Hillary is going to be put in play as a clone. You can need Hillary all you want. She's got the Hillary body count to deal with, the answering to questions about Benghazi. Still, questions brew about why Hillary Clinton, supposedly, actually for fact, she did remove MEK from the list of known terrorists the day after Christopher Stevens died. If that doesn't look like payback, I don't know what does. And then, of course, there's the Haitian money, the $5.4 billion the Clinton Foundation got. Nobody can explain that missing. So there's a lot of issues that Hillary has dogging her that will not get her past this next step. Well, that was the same hand on a different woman. Yeah. You know, theoretically, she should be president if the popular vote was allowed to go forward. I'll give you that. Yeah. People say, well, we'd really be in trouble if Hillary was the president. She's a Zionist, just like Trump. There would be no major difference. She'd be supporting a new world order, just like Trump does. She wouldn't be stopping pedophiles like Jeffrey Epstein. She probably wouldn't have given him protective custody, just like Trump didn't. And when he got out and is now living over in Epstein Island, and the government doesn't even want to investigate, that's the same thing that would have happened under Hillary. She's close friends with Jeffrey Epstein, just like Donald Trump is. It's all the same, folks. The two parties literally would do the same thing. It wouldn't be any different if Hillary was president. She probably would be more measured in her responses, and I can guarantee she wouldn't be tweeting as much as Trump has been doing. That tweeting politics has really hurt the bottom line for America. It's destabilized the White House, and there's no way we can see a solid lead from the White House if it's constantly flexing and turning and doing damage control for a reckless and abusive Twitter-holic named Donald Trump. How is Hillary? Yeah, she's fine. The clone is in really good shape, by the way. She's not going to have any of the problems breathing that Hillary had. She's highly trained in discussing things in matters of the state, too. She's a very good replacement. She could easily take on Trump again. Yeah. I think 2016 may be repeated out. And then this time, not only will we know that the Russians are cheating and helping Trump, the content is no longer available. Okay. It's pretty funny. Okay. That was scrubbed from the internet. They don't want anyone to have bad content about Hillary. The dark government making expensive holograms of me? No, there's no way they could manage to pull this off. Everything about our show, I even do the cooking show, like tomorrow, my cooking show at 5 o'clock. I do the show because it's all really natural lighting and natural video cameras to prove that I'm real. If this show is completely filmed in a studio or done, a high-end CGI, I could never pull off the amateurish cooking shows I do every Thursday, which you can download up to 85 recipes now on how to save money on your budget. And I've got dinners for less than $1 a piece on this website. It's youtube.com/David John Sponheim. So check it out if you want 85 recipes, and the Blackface 2 videos on there with a disclaimer. preventing anyone from accusing it of violating freedom of speech. I've been here since the beginning, man. I just hold my form better than anybody I've ever met. It has a lot to do with my bone structure. I have a certain type of bone structure that is relatively immune to aging. High cheekbones, pointed chin, draw on the neck, no chance for a double chin. There's no way I'm going to get that old that fast. So I think you're just experiencing my health tips and how well I eat and what I do to make myself look younger. And let's not forget the fruit spray from the Fountain of Youth. That's an important combo. No, I don't have a Laurel Hardy. Laurel was not nearly as good looking as I am. My primary focus was to develop a simple face, not Laurel and Hardy's face. That's very derogatory to claim that I look like Laurel. I see your point, though. I mean, granted, he did have a very interesting face. Trying to find myself here. There I am. Okay. Yeah, I see your point. Yeah. Oh my God, I never realized I looked just like Laurel and Hardy. Oh my gosh, he's my body double. This is bizarre. Ah. Okay, thanks for coming in and giving me your tidbit of information, your factoid. And now let's take a look at the 1,000-mile container fence. A good way to use wasteful containers that are sitting on our shores in ports of entry. We've got thousands of these containers sitting there doing nothing because, as you know, the trade war with China has led us to this empty, mindless, thank you for your money. So we've got a lot of containers, and what better way to deal with container waste than the 1,000-mile container fence? I don't think I look a bit like Alfred E. Newman. That's ridiculous. Now that MAD is over, it'll be a distant memory. We won't be thinking about Alfred E. Newman anymore. Yeah, that's just very derogatory. I think I look more like Laurel and Hardy now that I put my face up against Alfred E. Newman. I mean, you got to admit, though, that Alfred E. Newman had this real sincere look about his face, you know? It's like he really cared. It's the kind of... I really care about everything you're saying, Dave. Oh, golly, I guess you're right. No, I guess you're right. I just look just like him. You're right. I know. Trump allies voice concern about Rudy Giuliani's involvement in Ukraine. Thank you. Man, the Republicans actually have an opinion despite just supporting Trump mindlessly like a bunch of Trump-tards. Oh, how about that? Giuliani's role as the president's personal attorney and his claims that the State Department asked him to contact Ukrainian officials have Trump allies concerned. He's out there with his mouth all the time, Giuliani. Trump has defended his friend for years, partly because of that transgender thing that went on between the two of them. And who can blame Donald Trump for liking Giuliani? I mean, he wears the right mascara, that's for sure.
You know, you're really beautiful. And a woman that looks like that has to have her own special scent.
Oh, thank you. Maybe you could tell me what you think of
Humor
this
first.
scent.
Tell me. I like that.
This may be the best of all. Oh, you dirty boy, you. Oh. Donald, I thought you were a gentleman.
So that's Rudy Giuliani, his close friend. So he's probably going to back him as much as he can. But really, Giuliani admitted that Trump contacted him and held a certain interest in Biden when talking to the Ukrainian leaders. So it's out in the bag. The cat's out of the bag thanks to Giuliani. There's nothing Trump can do to call it in, and he even admitted that he did it himself. But his allies are privately concerned that it raises ethical questions about the potential political fallout from it. Two Trump allies, one of whom is a former senior White House official, described a level of concern inside the White House that is far greater than Trump and his supporters have publicly acknowledged. The former official added that Giuliani's role is particularly problematic legally because Giuliani has purely political and personal ties to Trump and has no official role with the U.S. government. It's both better than I think many of us thought, even though what some of the speculation was, and also worse than many of us thought, given what some of the speculation was. So the way in which it's worse than people thought basically has to do with Giuliani when he responded under fire.
Tonight, Rudy Giuliani under fire over his dealings with Ukraine, suggesting he already knew what was in that White House account of the phone call between the president and the leader of Ukraine before it was made public.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask you, did you read the transcript?
Let's say it was read to me.
It was read to you, the whole thing?
I hope.
Giuliani, the president's personal attorney, figures prominently in that conversation. He was first brought up by President Zelensky, who said, "We are hoping very much that Mr. Giuliani will be able to travel to Ukraine." The president saying, if you could speak to him, that would be great. Later bringing up the idea of investigating Joe Biden and his son. The Washington Post, citing current and former U.S. officials, reports Giuliani's role in Ukraine was part of a months-long fight inside the administration that sidelined national security officials and empowered political loyalists, including Giuliani. Today, NBC's Hallie Jackson with the president.
Why do you think it's appropriate for your personal attorney to get involved in government business?
Well, you'd have to ask Rudy. I will
mentioned it to the president
tell you
here.
this, that Rudy's looking to also find out where the phony witch hunt started, how it started.
Tonight, in a letter to the Justice Department, Democrats demanding a review to see if Giuliani's actions with Ukraine broke federal law.
Rudy Giuliani is negotiating, apparently on behalf of the President of the United States, but in effect, potentially betraying our national and security interests.
Late tonight, a senior administration official telling NBC News Giuliani's assertion that the State Department asked for his assistance is false.
Late tonight, President Trump firing.
So Giuliani said that the State Department asked for assistance. That's just not true. So Giuliani is out of his capacity as a personal attorney, doing things he shouldn't be doing, is just as big of a liability for Trump as Trump admitting that he actually had conversations with Ukraine over Biden without sanctions ordered by the State Department. So it's a very slippery slope Trump went on when he started talking about it. I think he's ill-advised, and that would explain why there would be a big rift in the White House when his real advisors, like General Mattis and John Kelly and others, were giving him solid, sound advice. Lo and behold, along comes Giuliani, and he covered his butt during the initial inquisition on the Russian involvement. But again, Giuliani's the one who admitted that Michael Cohen paid Stormy Daniels $130,000 and that Donald Trump had reimbursed him. That's a fact Giuliani said was true. So again, Trump has never been rolled over that coal, although people think that he's definitely guilty of a Class C felony of federal election fraud. No question about it. Okay, I'll play that engineering event going on, Space Shuttle. And chemtrail, yeah, we have a little thing on chemtrails with Prince, because he did give a 4-minute video about, we'll play that for you. Prince talked about chemtrails for sure, and this little girl didn't mention chemtrails once, which is indicative of how she's controlled. And the elitists don't want to talk about what they're doing to the air to cause this climate change. The last thing they want you to know is they're causing it. It's not your muffler in your car, trust me. It's not the fact that you buy meat products at the store. Well, we did find out that this little girl can't really speak on camera without actually having a script. That's very powerful, that video. Thank you for sending that. It's amazing. Unbelievable. She literally can't speak without a script. The New York Post, cops Tesla ran out of electricity when engaging in a high-speed race. Okay. Okay, I'll take a look at that. Yeah, Trump is getting better by not calling women, grabbing them by their beep beep. Yeah, I guess Trump is getting really good at talking to people that way, yeah. Cops, Tesla runs out of battery power during a high-speed chase. Here it is. The cop from the Fremont Police Department was pursuing a suspect in a department-issued Tesla Model S car Friday when he suddenly noticed he was running low. As the officer and the suspect hit speeds of 120 miles per hour, the cop radioed that he would have to drop the pursuit. I'm down to 6 miles of battery on the Tesla, so I may lose it here in a sec. If someone else is able, can they maneuver into the number 1 spot? Yeah, it's pretty funny. We saw a lady in our parking lot at the local store with a full battery charge going on from a big, huge tow truck. And the women were like really dressed to the T, and they looked like Oprah's group. We have a bunch of people that come out to the island because Oprah has a residence out here. They look like the Oprah group, actually. I swear, they come out to do Oprah's shopping, and they're Oprah's personal assistants. I think they were the ones that ran out of fuel. They must not have looked at their gauge when going to Oprah's place out here on the island. Yeah, Marina made a good point. It's a user error. They didn't look at their panel to see if the thing would work. Didn't Tesla think of coming up with a backup battery, though? Like, you'd think he would have a backup charge battery on board to get a person like 10 miles down the road. Duh. I mean, any moron building an electric car would come up with a backup battery system, but no! Not one Tesla has a backup battery in it. Big deal. They ignored the warnings on the screen, but there should be a backup battery system. Otherwise, why do people buy these cars? Are they just rich and stupid? I answered my question. They're just rich and stupid. Lifestyles of the rich and stupid. Robin Leach. It's too bad Robin died, because he could be doing a show right now. You're not the only cult leader in this room, no. Many of us are following the cult of Stebu. Yes. Well, they should feel guilty. Anybody who has a Tesla who doesn't have a backup battery installed is a fool. An outright fool. You should have at least 20 miles on your backup battery system. What were they thinking? How dare them? You worship your diesel truck? Well, that diesel truck, if you're idling in front of markets, is killing people. Do me a favor, all of you people with diesel trucks, could you idle at the far end of the market when you get in your stores? Because every time I go to a local market in my area, like every time, Sarah and I get out of the car and some diesel blasts its fumes in our face as we get in our car. You love blowing by people and dusting them with my soot, David? You don't belong in the show. You're environmentally reckless and hurtful to Greta and other people. It's wrong of you to be that ruthless to the beautiful earth that we have. For that, I give you at least 1 minute of more Greta.
How dare you?
How dare you?
For more than 30 years, the science has been crystal clear. How dare you continue to look away and come here saying that you're doing enough when the politics and solutions needed are still nowhere in sight. You say you hear us and that you understand the urgency. But no matter how sad and angry I am, I do not want to believe that. Because if you really understood the situation and still kept on failing to act, then you would be evil, and that I refuse to believe.
And she's looking around going, oh, how many evil people are in the room? I don't have a son. Oh, that's what's going on, guy? He's a guy who's made $14 million on YouTube without a thought in his head. I have a censored show on YouTube, and this guy makes huge bucks coming on talking about nothing. Here he is.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
How could that guy be my son? I look younger than he does. Do you like brownie mix? Oh, dude, I'm not like making any brownies, dude. No, I'm not very happy with brownies. No. Brownies and I have a bad memory. When I was just a little boy, I was at summer camp eating brownies and hot dogs. A young man fell on a grill and burned his back, and I'll never eat a brownie again. Que sera, sera. Brownies suck, the big one. Hey, you know, brownies have a lot of sugar in them, and they're of no value to you. When I was at summer camp, a young man actually fell on a grill, a hot dog grill. I'll never forget that blood-curdling scream. He was horsing around the grill and he literally fell on it. His whole back was grilled the rest of his life. He's probably around there somewhere. I didn't sing the brownie song. That was just an impromptu use of words. Use black beans when you make your brownies. They're very healthy. Oh, okay. Marina's got a black bean brownie recipe. Robin isn't dead. Really? Maybe this is one of those things. Robin Leach? I thought Robin Leach died. No, you're talking about Robin of Batman and Robin. Holy mackerel, Batman! That's right, Robin. We have a way to end David's show. Gee whizzikers, Batman! We're going to simply go to a Batman impersonation. Yeah, Batman was a great... I used to watch Batman as a kid. Really into him. Yeah, definitely. Would probably watch all the Batman shows if it wasn't for Heath Ledger's death. Totally lost interest in Batman after that. When Heath Ledger died of that mysterious poisoning and they claimed he OD'd, I knew that something very, very mysterious was happening. Yeah. I didn't believe it, but... Batman and Robin. I was also a big Get Smart guy. Missed it by that much. 99? Get me my flip phone. Get me my shoe phone. Hey, so this is the end of the show, folks. We've reached that time when the Boy Wonder and Batman just don't cut it anymore. Anyway, the brownie thing really affected my mind over the years. I never had a brownie after that. The mere thought of eating a brownie and the boy screaming really killed my appetite for hot dogs, almost. But Sarah finally killed my appetite for hot dogs when she decided hot dogs are full of beef and pork and chicken lip byproducts. I don't think Steve Carroll is good at the Get Smart guy. Missed it by that much. 99? Get me my shoe phone. Oh, Max. It's the work of chaos. Anyway, no worries. What do you have there, Latvian Girls Mole? Got a big show lineup tonight. We'll do a little LPZ talking about Greta Thunberg, the climate panicologist and crisis actor for the corrupt aristocracy.
If Acril fentanyl is introduced.
Now there's word that a Narcan-resistant strain of fentanyl hits West Pennsylvania. Wow. You know, I would have banned fentanyl by now. Trump isn't doing a damn thing.
Into the population, it can have devastating effects.
It's an analog of fentanyl that's resistant to Narcan.
You would have to reuse Narcan if you are revived from Narcan at all.
DEA agents say Acril fentanyl is being manufactured overseas, smuggled into the U.S., and sold mainly on the dark web.
We suspect China, of course, is one of the manufacturers, Canada, Mexico, and the like.
According to the DEA, there have been 2 overdose fatalities from it in western Pennsylvania, one in Butler County in November of 2016, and one in Beaver County in January of this year. Unlike fentanyl and carfentanil, which have legitimate medical purposes for humans and animals respectively, Acril fentanyl serves no legitimate purpose.
This one has no medical use at all.
Well, like I said, fentanyl has some medical use, people get relief from it, but it's so easy to overdose on it, it's almost too much. Hey, I want to thank you for not talking about wearing a wig. I really despise putting wigs on. I hope you realize that this is my real hair, so yeah. Tonight was Wig Wednesday, but I averted the wig. You had your opportunity. I normally put one on when somebody mentions it, but today I've avoided it, so thank you. I appreciate that, because I really don't like wearing them. Trump's too busy covering his tracks. Good point. Pigtails and chicken lips. Hot dogs. Good point on that one, too. Yeah, so this is it. Make no mistake about it. Wasteful Wednesday. Dr. Colostomy, you don't have to wear a wig. You got pretty good hair, right? But I've got this, I'll do a little extra time. We rarely see Dr. Colostomy in the show. But I've got these wigs I bought in case I'm traveling to, say, LA. And I had a really bad hair day. I could put this on. You know, the LA, the smog and the grime, the crap down there, make your hair look like crap normally. Yeah. Yeah, a wig would come in handy. See. Well, everyone, gracias for coming into the show. It's so nice to have viewers in the show. I appreciate it. We're going to do a Technology Thursday show, and I'm going to be making an all organically grown meal tomorrow. I'm not sure what it's going to be, but I'm going to throw all kinds of organic food in a bowl and heat it up. They call that cooking, I believe. See, you bought a wig once, looked like a member of the Beatles? Yeah, I've got one of those wigs. Can we replace Trump with a wig? Good idea. We've got people that dislike Trump here extensively. Yeah, let me play a little Get Down song for you. Get down on it. Or here's a little Gilligan's Island. Do you like that? No. All right, that's it. We're out of here. Signing off from Wigland, USA, and Wasteful Wednesday. We're not going to overreact to the global climate change BS that the Democrats are pushing, but I do have a concern, and I do have an innovation solution for pollution, as opposed to what we have today, which is clearly not an innovation solution. Yeah, it's unfortunate. We've got people profiting literally from industrial waste, and they're not even dealing with it properly. So we've got a lot of work to do, folks. And we can do it. Take care. Tell your friends about a third party and keep the faith that this is a possibility. I'm David Sponheim signing off.